Shall we start? Oh.你可以开始了吗，主持人？Hello。喂，喂。
On behalf of the organizers, I apologize. We may need another 10 or 15 minutes before we start. 我代表大會同大家道個歉，我估我哋要多10至15分鐘。我為就是主辦單位為大家道歉吧，估計要在10到15分鐘我們才能開始，就是我們就會盡快開始的。謝謝。
休息会儿吧，你看，休息一下，还要过10分钟。
Still waiting for CEO. Is he around? Is he around? Is he around?
Yeah. But we have to make
You have to finish here?
We should wait for him first. You know, he's the first speaker.
I don't think he's here.
Oh no, he's from online.
Yes,
He's online.
but we need to make sure
He's
that
ready.
he
He's
is
ready.
Yeah. Give him a call.
You ready, man? Okay. Oh, he's checking. He's checking.
So where's Bridget?
You start first.
Okay.
坐一時。
Stop. We can't wait all the time. I will open.
係啊，講 opening 啊，而家當時啊。OK，唔該晒。我講英文。OK, he's ready. He's ready. He's ready. He's ready.
I need a program.
I need a program. OK， 喂，第一份 program。No, here's a spare one. Hey, 我哋佢啱啱同我講你企入啲，佢企到 FC 前面最少係。
Hello， 咁多位嘉賓，咁多位朋友，歡迎大家嚟到我哋由香港基本法教育協會主辦、香港城市大學法學院、浙江大學國際戰略與法律研究院、一帶一路國際研究院香港、香港世界貿易組織研究中心以及上海對外經貿大學法治與國家治理研究院協辦嘅慶祝香港回歸祖國25週年一國兩制與一帶一路的倡議國際法律論壇嘅下午部分。我係今日嘅司儀，我叫做 Celia。
Welcome to the second session, the afternoon session of the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's Return to Motherland conference on the topic of One Belt One Road initiative. I'm one of today's hosts, Wing So.
冇錯啦，咁接住落嚟咧，我哋馬上開始我哋第3節嘅演講同埋論壇嘅。咁我哋呢個環節咧，好開心可以邀請到2位嘅主持。咁我哋先介紹咧喺線上為我哋主持嘅有嚟自北京大學法學院教授、前全國人大常委會香港特別行政區基本法委員會委員姚歌平教授喺線上為我哋主持呢個部分。
We will now introduce the co-chairs of the first session in the afternoon. The first co-chair will be Professor Yao Geping from Peking University Law School, and he's a former member of the Hong Kong SAR Basic Law Committee of the NPCSC.
那在我们这个部分，第一位主持是北京大学法学院教授、前全国人大常委會香港特別行政區基本法委員會委員姚歌平教授。而我哋喺我哋現場嘅另一位嘅主持咧，就係澳大利亞皇家墨爾本理工大學嘅高級講師 Rajesh Sharma 嘅。
And the second co-host today, who is now here with us, is Dr. Rajesh Sharma, who's a senior lecturer of RMIT University of Australia.
冇錯啦，咁我哋呢個環節咧，亦都有幾位嘅演講嘉賓嘅。
We have a few guest speakers today. The first one would be Professor Farhana Halal Mahtab, who's a Dean and Faculty of Law of the Green University of Bangladesh.
咁我哋嘅第一位嘅嘉賓，我哋俾掌聲佢先，就係孟加拉國綠色大學法學院院長 Farhana 嘅。我哋歡迎多多 Farhana。
The second guest speaker is Professor Bipin Atikali of the School of Law of Kathmandu University of Nepal.
第二位嘅喺我哋現場嘅分享嘉賓就係尼泊爾加德滿都大學法學院嘅 Professor Bipin Atikali。
The third guest speaker is Professor C.H. Dunn, who is a professor of the Faculty of Law of NUS.
咁我哋另一位嘅分享嘉賓就係新加坡國立大學法學院教授陳清漢教授。
The fourth one we have is Professor Zhang Qingling, who is the former Dean of the School of Law of Shanghai University of International Business and Economics.
而另一位咧喺線上參與我哋今節討論嘅係上海對外經貿大學法學院前院長張慶倫教授。那我們這個環節也有上海對外經貿大學法學院前院長張慶林教授。
Last but not least, we have Mr. Nick Chan, MHJP, Director of ALCO Hong Kong Region Operation Center.
而另一位喺線上參與嘅就有亞非法協香港區域仲裁中心主任陳曉峰律師 MHJP 嘅。咁我哋歡迎我哋咁多位嘅分享嘉賓。咁我哋而家呢個時間咧，就交俾我哋呢個環節嘅兩位主持啦。
Without further ado, the session will start now. Thank you.
Dr. Sharma, shall we start?
Okay. Certainly we should.
这个各位女士们、先生们，大家下午好。我们的第3节讨论就要开始了。我很荣幸和 Dr. Sharma 一起来作为共同主持人。我们这一节有5位讲者。我可不可以建议 Dr. Sharma， 请您主持前3位的这个发言和评论，我主持后2位的发言和评论，可不可以？如果是可以的话，那么请 Dr. Sharma 开始主持。
Professor Goping, your word is command for me. So whatever you order, I will just follow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce you the first speaker for our session. And that speaker is coming from country of Bangladesh. She has been our old friend and always taking part in the Belt and Road Conference since its inception, when we established that. And her name is, we call it Farhana, like our sister, but her name is Mahtab Halal Farhana. She's a dean of the law school over there in the Faculty of Law, and the university name is Green University. And her connection with the environment is very good. Her university is now green, and earlier she was dean in Daffodil University. So grass, green, flower, everything. So Dr. Halal, please take your floor, and 15 minutes for you.
Good evening, honorable chairs and the respected guest and audience. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Professor Dr. Farhana Hilal Mehtab from Green University of Bangladesh. My heartfelt thanks and gratitude for inviting me on this occasion of 25th anniversary of One Country, Two System, One Belt, One Road Initiative International Law Conference. I'm to talk about cooperation and opportunities for Bangladesh, China, and Hong Kong along the Belt and Road Initiative. Bangladesh officially became a member of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2016. Here is the Prime Minister of Bangladesh and the President of China. President Xi Jinping personally visited Bangladesh to onboard the country in BRI, and the two countries signed 21 deals worth 21.5 billion USD, 15 agreements and MOUs, and 12 loan and mutual cooperation agreements. Due to Bangladesh's critical access to the Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean, the country is of great importance to China. Bangladesh stretches between the Himalayan foothills in the north and the Bay of Bengal in the south. Therefore, this is the unique country which could geographically connect South Asia to Southeast Asia. Moreover, Bangladesh Bay of Bengal could be the closest sea access point for the landlocked southern province of China, Bhutan, Nepal, and 7 northern eastern states of India. Due to being a strategic maritime nation, one of the 6 economic corridors of BRI, BCIM, will pass through Bangladesh, starting from Kunming and ending up to Kolkata. For the same reason, Bangladesh also enlisted under the planned 21st century maritime Silk Road. Bangladesh could enormously benefit from the BRI jointly by utilizing its geographical location, cheap labor force, and warm relationship with China. It is expected that this regional collaboration will bring huge trade deals and foreign direct investment, reduce trade deficit, and ensure major infrastructural development to Bangladesh. And the important note is, China is now the largest trade partner of Bangladesh, and trade is growing at an attractive rate. Besides all the opportunities for Bangladesh, China, and Hong Kong, I'd like to talk about a different issue that has not been spoken on this platform, and that is one of the future statuses of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is recommended for graduation from the LDC group in 2021, the year which coincided with its 50 year of independence. The UN General Assembly provided Bangladesh, along with Nepal and Laos, on an exceptional basis in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, a 5-year preparatory transition period to prepare for the graduation, which would be effective in 2026. Remarkably, this country became independent in 1971, the year when the LDC group was established by the UN. The very idea behind the creation of the LDC group was to allow the international community to grant special treatment to this most vulnerable group of countries. As an LDC country, Bangladesh has been a beneficiary of many LDC-specific support measures. In particular, Bangladesh has made greater use of LDC-specific flexibilities offered by the WTO. For example, Bangladesh is the top beneficiary of the duty-free, quota-free decision of the WTO. Currently, over 90% of exports from Bangladesh enter the market of its trading partners using LDC or other preferences. Preference utilization is the highest in the EU, 96%, followed by Australia, Japan, Canada, and the Republic of Korea, over 80%. While the current statistics reflect the limited use of LDC-specific preferences under China's LDC schemes, the trend is likely to increase. Following the exchange of letters between the two countries, as of 1st July 2020, China announced to provide DFQF market access to export from Bangladesh for 97% of tariff lines, in addition to the preferences offered under Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement. With this new decision, the trade opportunity of Bangladesh with China has increased prominently. As an LDC, Bangladesh is also benefiting from the LDC-specific pharmaceutical transition period, preferential rules of origin, services waivers, and many other flexibilities under the WTO system. With graduation from LDC group in 2026, Bangladesh would generally lose entitlement of all LDC-specific policy flexibility under WTO agreements and decisions. Loss of tariff preferences is one of the major concerns to Bangladesh in relation to graduation from LDC status. An impact analysis estimate a 14% reduction in export from Bangladesh following graduation. Bangladesh export structures is dominated by the RMG, which amounts to 84.2% of the country's total export in financial year 2018-19. Bangladesh exports are concentrated mainly in the EU zone and the North America. Bangladesh is the single most important beneficiary under the EU DFQF scheme. Bangladesh RMG exports of which EU is the key market. 60% of total export of Bangladesh in FY 2019 enjoy DFQF market access in EU countries. In FY 2019, the export of Bangladesh to China was US $0.83 billion, or 2.1% of Bangladesh global export, while China is the top importing country for Bangladesh. Thus, the graduation and the loss of preferential treatment in the UE market, new opportunities for the export of Bangladesh RMG to China could be opened up if the right policies are adopted. Being an active member country of the OBOR, Bangladesh should undertake necessary initiatives to enhance its market to China. The graduation of Bangladesh from LDC group is taking place in a time when the world is struggling with multidimensional crisis. With the outbreak of trade war majority between the US and China during the Trump regime, the world entered into the pandemic era. Subsequently, the war in Ukraine worsened the world economy on multiple fronts. All these challenges disrupt the long-standing global economic order. Many countries are now rethinking their old trade policies and partners. Both the graduation and ongoing global crisis offer new opportunities for Bangladesh to rethink and revisit its trade policies and diversify its economics as well as the trade partners. Thus, OBOR could be a new window for Bangladesh to expand its trade and increase foreign direct investment. Going beyond RMG, Bangladesh should undertake studies exploring trade opportunities as part of OBOR initiatives in several other areas, including trade in service, digital trade, jute goods, and other products, keeping subsequently at the core. In services, Bangladesh can explore opportunities of the movement of natural persons under Mode 3 of the WTO GATS agreement with China. Since Bangladesh has a large youth population, joint initiative could be undertaken to equip the young people with necessary skills to contribute to the era of the fourth industrial revolutions. With digitalization, Bangladesh may use OBOR as a means to develop necessary digital infrastructure and connectivity. Bangladesh may collaborate with China in learning the best practice in e-commerce trade. OBOR could be useful in preparing Bangladesh for the global digital market. Lastly, as Bangladesh is preparing its post-graduation smooth transition strategy, the country, along with other LDCs, tabled a proposal in 2020 at the WTO seeking an extension of the existing LDC-specific support measures under the WTO rules for 12 more years. As the proposal remains under consideration, Bangladesh would need support of all the WTO members. China and Hong Kong, being two separate members of the WTO, could play an important role in supporting the cause of sustainable transition of LDCs after graduating at WTO. While China, on numerous occasions at the WTO General Council meetings, expressed support for the LDC graduation proposal, Hong Kong, China largely remained silent so far. Ms. Ishra Tara, Consul General of Bangladesh in Hong Kong, at the seminar on expanding business and investment opportunities between Bangladesh and Hong Kong, said that Hong Kong is very important for Bangladesh due to its position as a major business hub in Asia, huge trade potential for Bangladesh, and especially as a bridge between the Chinese mainland and the West. Therefore, I strongly believe with the proper, logical, and lawful cooperation, opportunities for Bangladesh, China, and Hong Kong along the Belt and Road Initiative will achieve its objective gradually and efficiently. Thank you all.
Thank you, Farhana, for giving us all the things, necessary information, what Bangladesh has done to graduate from least developed country to developing country, and now the planning to graduate, postgraduate into the developed country. And for that, what are the preparation has been done, and what are the efforts and the help or the assistance from China under the Belt and Road system can be given to Bangladesh. Very well put it, and nobody could have done better than you coming from Bangladesh. So thank you again. Thank you. Our next speaker is coming from a country. It's a beautiful country in Himalayas, a small country, landlocked country. Access to that country is from two countries, either through India or through Nepal. So the development of that country is very much linked to two other countries. And he is our Professor Bipin Adhikari. He is a dean, former dean of Kathmandu Law School, professor there, and he is going to tell us how Nepal is benefiting from the relationship with China under the Belt and Road Initiative. So Professor Adhikari, floor is yours, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and co-chairman. First of all, I want to congratulate the people of Hong Kong, SAR, and the mainland China on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the Hong Kong SAR returning to the motherland. As a critical link between Nepal, China and India, Nepal has a strategic role to play in the context of the Belt and Road Initiative. Nepal joined the BRI in 2017, and it has continually collaborated with Chinese leaders to define the scope of the BRI in Nepal and the facilitation of connectivity, whether through transportation or trade between the two countries. China's investment in Nepal have continued to increase over the past 3 decades, and China is one of the top 3 countries investing in Nepal alongside India. In November 2004, China and Nepal signed a MOU wherein China has committed US 1.63 million annually from 2014 to 2018 for the development of Nepal's northern districts. The districts are joining Tibet Autonomous Region. Then in March 2015, China again committed a 5-fold increase to its annual grant assistance to Nepal and pledged to reserve USD 130 million for infrastructure development. This commitment was in addition to other Sino-Nepali infrastructure projects, including Arniko Friendship Highway, the Kathmandu Ring Road, and a variety of hydropower projects. Moreover, China and Nepal have envisioned many large infrastructure development projects under the banner of BRI, including the Trans-Himalayan Multidimensional Connectivity Network, which includes a China-Nepal cross-border railway. Another project includes the China-Nepal Friendship Industrial Park, which will host modern industries for transportation equipments, production of white goods, textiles, garments, and food processing, among others. However, despite sending a list of 9 projects for investment to China, negotiations have come to a standstill, affected in part by the COVID-19 pandemic. Aside from the pandemic, there are various other challenges the two countries are facing in pushing BRI projects forward. With regard to the THMCN, there are immense technical and financial challenges. I'm talking about Trans-Himalayan railways. Challenges to building a railway through the Himalayas are enormous. The project is estimated to cost $2.75 billion US. Secondly, it is also important to recognize the power imbalance between a developing country like Nepal and China, which raises important questions like how and to what extent will either country use the trading routes. However, what is also evidenced in BRI, processes of BRI negotiations taking place between the two countries is that it is co-constructed by a multi-scalar process of anticipation, enunciation, negotiation, and reorientation, and guided by the input of various Nepalese and Chinese players, wherein the government of Nepal itself has significant agency. As these negotiations materialize, the two countries inevitably take tangible steps towards infrastructural development and investment. Disputes will invariably arise. First, Nepal's legal system is still developing, especially in the area of foreign direct investment, and its legal and regulatory systems may not be so sophisticated or competent to deal with foreign investments. Nepal adheres to the common law traditions, even though it's not a common law country. With regards to financing, most Chinese banks have their own particular experience in cross-border and international transactions, or even their international experience may be particularly limited to some scales of infrastructure development. A lack of experience in project finance may give rise to financing issues down to the line for developing countries. Moreover, China's understanding of project finance differs from the West, in that state entities are restricted from giving guarantees, which means the public-private partnership is a foreign concept. The question naturally arises, what happens when disputes arise in this context? Under the BRI for Nepal and for other BRI countries, many types of disputes may emerge. Investment disputes between foreign investors and host countries relating to violations of international treaties, bilateral or multilateral agreements, and bilateral investment treaties. Commercial dispute arising from breach of contract between foreign investors or a foreign investor and a local business partner. Sovereign disputes between states for matters relating to bilateral trade, anti-dumping, and antitrust, and other international disputes concerning human rights or diplomatic protection, among others, that are governed by international or regional treaties or agreements. In this scenario, international commercial arbitration presents a vital opportunity for dispute resolution. For this to happen, the parties must include an arbitration clause in their contracts, and there are some key factors they consider in order to have a global arbitration clause, a good arbitration clause. The seat of arbitration is important because if the arbitration is located in a BRI country that is a party to the Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards, the New York Convention, then the foreign award rendered in another member state is enforceable in China pursuant to its provision and relevant local laws. However, if the reward is rendered in a BRI country that is not a member of the New York Convention, then the Chinese court gets to decide whether or not to recognize and enforce the award based on applicable treaties, or if not, the principle of reciprocity. Additionally, when choosing the seat of arbitration, it is important to consider a legal system that is mature with a judiciary that is pro-arbitration and a pool of advanced and sophisticated arbitrators, sophisticated arbitrators. In contrast to the legal system in Nepal and other BRI countries that are also developing, Hong Kong proves to be a possible seat of arbitration for its fulfillment of these factors. Many of my point of view regarding the legal perspective of the role of Hong Kong under the BRI has just been covered by Honorable Yuan Nok Kyung, former Secretary of Justice. I just want to add that Hong Kong is a leader in international arbitration, not only in Asia, but around the world. It has adopted the relevant internationally recognized legislative frameworks, that is UNCITRAL model law on international commercial arbitration and the New York Convention, with which many countries arbitrating are familiar. The goal of establishing the model law is to contribute to the establishment of a unified legal framework for the fair and efficient settlement of disputes arising in international commercial relations. Similarly, the New York Convention seeks to provide common legislative standards for the recognition of arbitration agreements and court recognition and enforcement of foreign and non-domestic arbitral awards. By adopting these two international instruments, Hong Kong embraced the development of a stable and predictable legal framework for international arbitration. Moreover, as of 4th March 1998, Nepal is a party to the New York Convention, with the limitation that it will apply the convention to recognize and enforce awards made only in the territory of another contracting state and only to commercial disputes. Additionally, importantly for Nepal, there exists recognized ways of enforcing Hong Kong courts awards in countries signatories to the New York Convention, as well as in China through the 1999 arrangement as modified and supplemented by the 2020 supplementary arrangement. Moreover, Hong Kong has also implemented other measures at the governmental and institutional levels in order to make the greater possible use of arbitration services by all disputing parties, including those which may or may not have connection to Hong Kong. One is the development of the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, KHIAC, one of the world's leading dispute resolution organizations specializing in arbitration, mediation, adjudication, and domain name dispute resolution. According to its 2021 annual report, HKIAC's 2020 caseload was predominantly international in nature, with 45 jurisdictions participating in the arbitrations. The top 3 nationalities by number of cases represented were Hong Kong, mainland China, and the Bright Virgin Islands, and the top 3 disputes were international trade, sale of goods, maritime, and corporate. More specifically, SKIAC has committed to capitalizing on the advantages of Hong Kong regarding dispute resolution, and especially disputes relating to the BRI. Such institutions are supported by a large body of arbitrators, barristers, solicitors, and technical experts who are very experienced in dispute resolution through arbitration. Moreover, Hong Kong's common law system also lends itself well to international arbitration. All arbitration-related matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Court of First Instance of the High Court, CFI, with all matters relating to arbitration seeking the support of the Hong Kong courts handled by the judge in charge of the construction and arbitration list. Historically, Hong Kong's courts have taken a pro-arbitration approach when dealing with a case that includes arbitration. In fact, Madam Justice Mimi Chan of Hong Kong High Court, I just came to know about her, set out the principles guiding CFI's approach to arbitration in KB versus Yes and others, including that the, in inverted comma, primary aim of the court is to facilitate the arbitral process and to assist with enforcement of arbitral awards, and that enforcement of arbitral awards should be almost a matter of administrative procedure, and the courts should be as mechanistic as possible. You see, the emphasis is certainly very encouraging for arbitration process. Moreover, Hong Kong's courts have established other influential arbitration principles, including reinforcing both the choice of remedies principles in Astro Nusantara International, BV, and others versus PT First Media TVK, another important case, and the consistent application of the indemnity cost rule. The economic opportunities presented by the BRI and the involvement of various international stakeholders are unmatched for many developing countries, including Nepal. While Nepal continues to face challenges in realizing these opportunities, Nepal and China are collaborating in order to move forward and gain the benefits of this development. Along the way, it is only natural that disputes will arise, and given the limitation of Nepal's legal system, as well as the limited understanding of China's system of law and justice and its operations, Hong Kong definitely presents as a viable option for dispute resolution between the two countries, giving its adoption of the model laws and the ratification of the New York Convention, to which Nepal is also a party. Hong Kong is also a leader in international arbitration in Asia and has adapted its system and institution to facilitate arbitration even among parties to which it has little connections, like Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Adhikari. You put it very nicely, that what is the deficiency in Chinese, in Nepal, and what are the strength of Hong Kong, very nicely, and how they can cooperate together under the Belt and Road, and the role of Hong Kong, which can be used in Nepal also very efficiently. So thank you very much for putting it so nicely. Our next speaker is Professor C.H. Tan. Professor Tan is a professor at Faculty of Law, National University of Singapore. Though he comes from Singapore, but he has also some connection with Hong Kong, because very recently he was working here in Hong Kong in the School of Law as a dean. So he can share his view coming from Singapore, experiencing Hong Kong system, and then giving his comment on the rule of law in Hong Kong. Thank you, Professor Chan.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you everyone for having me here at this conference. In particular, I want to thank my former colleague, Dr. Leung, for so kindly inviting me to speak. When she first wrote to me, she asked me to share my views and observations on the rule of law in Hong Kong during the time when I was here. So for those of you who are interested in One Belt, One Road, I'm sorry that my talk will disappoint you, because I will not be speaking about One Belt, One Road. So to set the context, I arrived in Hong Kong on 2nd July 2019 on no-pay leave from the National University of Singapore, and I returned to Singapore on the 1st of August 2022. So I arrived at the beginning of what is commonly described as the period of social unrest and during the promulgation of the national security law. Although I am an ethnic Chinese, I belong to a relatively large group of Singaporean Chinese who do not have much proficiency in Mandarin or any other Chinese dialect. As such, my news sources are largely from Western media, and in particular during my time in Hong Kong, The Economist, Guardian, New York Times, and Financial Times. One of the things that struck me was how the narrative in most Western media did not align, did not conform with what I saw as happening in Hong Kong. If one was to accept the Western media narrative, it would appear that the police in Hong Kong acted disproportionately. And this continues to be the narrative in Western media. But from my perspective, I thought that the police acted with remarkable restraint, and had the equivalent events taken place in many other countries, including those in the developed West, there would have been a stronger response from the police at a much earlier stage. Indeed, as The Economist remarked in an issue in a moment of fairness, and I quote, "The violence of the Hong Kong protests and the response to them is hardly remarkable by international standards." But even with this statement, I would disagree. I would say that the position in Hong Kong was remarkable in one instance. What was remarkable, in my view, was the restraint of the police, as I said. Right? I have no doubt that in many other countries, including in the United States and in the UK and in France, there would have been a much stronger response from the police authorities at a much earlier stage. After all, as two authors in a 2022 academic article pointed out, and I quote, this is what they said: "The reality was that 2019 also saw considerable violence by a hardcore of protesters and valorization of such violence in the movement's rhetoric. Among other things, such violence suggested an embrace of extra-constitutional tactics." And I close quotes here. The national security law was therefore promulgated on 30th June 2020, and many commentators have argued that the NSL damages the rule of law in Hong Kong. It is to this that I will spend the rest of my time discussing, because during my time in Hong Kong, I was privy to many discussions about the NSL, and I was also privy to many of the criticisms that are made of the various offenses found in the NSL. In particular, it is often repeated that the offenses in the NSL are too vague and too broad, and this therefore undermines the rule of law in Hong Kong. I am of the view, though, and I should say as a native English speaker, that it is an overstatement to say that the offenses in the NSL in and of themselves undermine the rule of law in Hong Kong. Right? As all of you no doubt know, the offenses are secession, subversion, terrorist activities, and collusion. And because you are all familiar with the NSL, I will not spend any time going through these provisions. Instead, I want to discuss some of the reasons why it is said that these provisions undermine the rule of law in Hong Kong. As mentioned, it is often said that some of the elements under each offense are vague and too open-ended, right? And in the 2022 article I referred to earlier, many of these criticisms are set out in that particular article, and I will focus on the criticisms in that article and provide what I believe is a fair response to those particular perspectives. For instance, it is argued that peaceful, and I stress peaceful, it is argued that peaceful civil disobedience can potentially be brought within the terrorist activities offense. This is because the offense of terrorist activities under the NSL is defined to include organizing, planning, or participating in dangerous activities which seriously jeopardize public health, safety, or security. Now, of course, when I quote these provisions of the NSL, I quote the English version because I'm unable to read the Chinese version. But I will say that the authors whom I'm referring to also quote the English version because I do not think that given their names, they are able to understand Putonghua. Right? So this seems to me, as an English speaker, to be a non-natural reading of Article 24 of the NSL. It is important to note that other dangerous activities in Article 24 must be activities that seriously jeopardize, and I want to stress the word seriously jeopardize public health, safety, or security. Right? It also follows after 4 other instances of terrorist activities that are undoubtedly of a serious nature. So as a common lawyer, we say that you must read all this in context. And when this element follows upon 4 other very serious offenses, then this has to be read in the spirit of the provision as a whole. In addition, the 5 instances of terrorist activities must either have caused or be intended to cause grave harm to society, right? Not just harm to society, but grave harm to society. And with a view to coercing the relevant body or intimidating the public for the pursuit of a political agenda. Accordingly, it seems very difficult to me to see how peaceful civil disobedience can meet the high bar that Article 24 requires. I turn now to subversion, where it has been argued that Article 22 of the NSL, which states that subversion can be committed by force or threat of force or other unlawful means, can mean that different forms of peaceful dissent, right? Peaceful dissent that might constitute relatively minor public order offenses can be characterized as disrupting the government or legislature from performing their respective functions. Again, this seems to me to be a very stretched interpretation of Article 22, given its overall context. It does not give sufficient weight to the word seriously in Article 22. Any interference or disruption that arises must also be severe in nature for Article 22(3) to be triggered. It is difficult to see how mere public dissent that constitutes minor public order offenses can seriously disrupt the government's performance of its duties and functions, right? Furthermore, the state of mind must also be to disrupt the operation of government. So it's very difficult to see how this meets that high bar. As regards collusion, it has been argued that the various modes of collusion seem specifically designed to target peaceful political speech and advocacy. This is because the offense includes requesting or conspiring with a party outside the PRC to impose sanction or blockade or other hostile activities against Hong Kong or the PRC. With respect, I suggest that this again overstates the language that is used. After all, the disruption must be of a serious nature and likely to cause serious consequences. It is difficult to see how this applies to peaceful political speech and advocacy. So my point in summary, in taking some time over these arguments, is to show that much of the criticism is textual, although the text does not naturally lend itself to such broad interpretations. Such broad interpretations do not conform to the natural meaning of the words used in the NSL. In addition, such negative interpretations of the NSL do not give any weight at all to other provisions, such as Article 4, that expressly states that human rights shall be respected and protected in safeguarding national security, and many rights and freedoms shall be protected in accordance with the law. As a common lawyer, we are often taught, and I teach my students as well, you must read the whole legislation in context. You cannot take out one part without looking at the other part, right? And this is what these textual critics have done. They take one part, but they don't look at other parts as well. And even the parts that they take out, they interpret, in my view, out of context. Ultimately, whether the NSL undermines the rule of law will depend on the decisions of the courts in interpreting and applying the provisions of the NSL. As a matter of fairness, it is simply too early to tell, and I reiterate again that a textual analysis of the NSL does not establish that the rule of law is being undermined. Given the long and distinguished history of the Hong Kong courts and China's desire to make one country, two systems succeed, there should be no rush to judgment that the rule of law will be undermined by the NSL. I will briefly now make two final observations based on my time in Hong Kong. First, I think it would have been ideal if there had been a period of consultation before the NSL was enacted. While I am not suggesting that the manner in which it was enacted was not in accordance with law, if new laws are to be regarded as legitimate by the people, consultation periods have benefit in this regard. Second, it is accepted by mature legal systems that wisdom and judgment and to some degree compassion where appropriate, should be used when deciding how to apply laws. For instance, prosecutorial discretion means that not all cases that are technically crimes lead to prosecution. In Singapore, for instance, severe warnings are sometimes issued instead of prosecuting the individual. I know that this is also the case in Hong Kong. While I do not want, of course, to discuss any particular case that may come before the courts, I venture to suggest that perhaps, where young and immature persons have made an unwise statement, if they subsequently apologize, it may be better to issue a stern warning instead of prosecuting them, especially when the law is new, especially when the law is young, and maybe these young people don't know about it that much. Right? Ultimately, wisdom in how laws should be applied, which I know the Hong Kong legal system has in abundance, can, in my view, lead to greater understanding and appreciation of the NSL. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. Your topic was not related to Belt and Road, but it was certainly related to the morning discussion on basic law and the one country, two system. So it's certainly related to that. And you have, from your discussion and your observation of staying in Hong Kong and seeing all those things, what you have observed, you have reconfirmed the conclusion of the morning panel is that the Hong Kong has been a victim of foreign media, and not independent foreign media, but controlled foreign media with a certain ultimate or ulterior motive. So that is confirmed. So thank you very much for your observation. So thank you. Now, now I would like to hand over to my co-chairman, actually the real chairman, Professor Rao Gaping, to take over proceeding from here.
谢谢上马这个博士啊。
Can you bring Professor Rao Gaping again on the screen? Our co-chairman.
对。
Is he online?
我在线，但是现在是 PPT 挡住了我。
Professor Rao, can you? Yeah, he's here. Okay.
我在线的。对，好，那我接着讲啊。这个谢谢刚才3位讲者的精彩的发言，也感谢沙马博士的出色的主持。下面是2位讲者。 一位是来自于上海对外经贸大学法学院的教授，法学院的前院长张庆林教授。他发言的题目呢是“一带一路背景下香港的金融调解的机遇与挑战”。下面有请张庆林教授。
好，谢谢饶老师的这个介绍。我先共享屏幕。 好，首先谢谢梁美芬博士的邀请，有这样一个机会呢，在线与大家进行交流。我的这个题目呢，刚刚饶教授提到了，是一带一路背景下香港金融纠纷调解的机遇与挑战。那么下面我主要呢从这样4个方面呢和大家进行交流，一个就是调解应用于金融纠纷的优势。 其次呢，就是“一带一路”背景下香港金融调解的机遇。第3是香港现在金融调解的现状。最后一个就是看看，在“一带一路”背景下香港金融调解所遇到的挑战，以及我所提的几个不成熟的这个建议。 那么调解呢，应用于金融纠纷呢，它有它的这样一个优势。这种优势呢，是基于下面这几个方面。第一个呢，就是金融纠纷它的复杂性。金融纠纷的复杂性呢，它主要体现在这样3个方面。一个就是金融交易它的广泛，也就是我们通常所说的金融交易，它至少从大的领域来说，它有银行、有证券、有保险，其实呢可能还有其他一些方面，比方像基金呐等等，我在这里没提。除了这样3大块以外呢，这3块之间呢还是在相互交融，很多产品是基于不同的领域的相互的融合所创设出来的这样一些金融衍生产品。第二个方面呢，就是刚刚提到，就是金融产品它有多样性，它既有传统的产品，最复杂的呢，就是它不断的这种衍生，不断的创新。这种创新既有刚刚所提到的不同领域的这种融合，另外它随着不断的这样一种银行的技术、科技的这种发展，新的领域的这个发展，它又不断衍生出很多新的这样一个衍生产品出来。第3个方面就是它的主体的复杂。这种主体的复杂呢，就体现在因为它有不同的这样一种金融机构，那么金融机构相互间，再加上金融机构与非金融机构相互间，那么这里的非金融机构还包括我们自然人，包括我们个人，以及非金融机构相互间这样一种各种主体交织在一起的这种金融交易。这是金融交易的金融纠纷它的复杂性的第一个方面的反应。第二个呢，就是金融纠纷呢具有较强的专业性。那么这个我们在日常生活当中，以及我们在相关的教学科研过程当中已经有深刻的体会。金融这样一个领域，它具有非常强的这样一种专业性。这种专业性既有金融领域的，也有相关的一些领域，比方说刚刚提到的这种科技应用于金融领域，以及其他的一些领域和金融的这样一种交织，使得这样一个金融纠纷呢具有较强的这样一种专业性。正是因为这样一种较强的专业性，它要造成信息不对称的这样一种程度非常高。这种信息不对称主要是体现什么？主要体现在这些技术都由金融机构所把握。金融机构它的这样一个产品出来以后，它对它是非常清晰的。虽然按照国家的法律，它会颁布相应的把这个技术公开这种增加它的透明度，但是对于非金融专业的人，以及有时候购买产品的这样一些金融这样一些这个消费者，对这些技术是要么就是陌生，要么就是可能知道一点点。那么对金融产品的这样一种深入的了解，这样的人是非常少的。这就造成这样一个消费者和金融机构之间的这样一种信息极其的不对称。这种极其的不对称也造成了这样一种纠纷它的这样一个复杂性。再一个就是它的法律关系也是复杂的，它的法律关系也复杂。那么我们通常的交易可能就是一个合同就 OK 了，特别在这样一个贸易领域里面。那么在金融领域里面呢，它往往一个交易牵涉的多个合同，而且这些合同又相互的交织，甚至是平行的，完全可能就让一般的这样一个消费者呢很难的这样一个理解。所以这样一个就是3个方面就造成了这样一个金融纠纷呢，它的这样一个复杂性。而这种复杂性呢，技术性又强，复杂性又高，也就造成金融这样一个纠纷的解决呢，如果完全依赖于传统的这样一种解决呢，就有它的一些弊端。传统的解决通常当然就是协商、诉讼、仲裁和调解这样4种，这样一些争端解决方式呢是适用于所有的这样一种商事纠纷。但是呢，在这样一些商事纠纷当中，你比方说协商，在协商的过程当中，刚刚提到的 由于它的这个信息的不对称，在协商的过程当中，那么往往是金融机构占据着非常优势的这样一个地位，而诉讼和仲裁呢，虽然可以对这个金融消费者提供相应的这样一种保护，可以消弭相应的这样一种信息不对称，也可以引入相应的这样一种专家来作为这种法庭之友啊等等这样一个提供帮助。但是呢，这两项这样一个纠纷的解决呢，它带有一定的这种刚性，它必须依赖于法律的相应的规定。而我们也知道，金融法的这样一个发展和也就是法律在金融领域的这样一个发展，往往和这样一个金融产品的这种衍生金融产品的这样一种发展，往往带有一定的滞后性，同时又带有一定的这样一种矮板性，这样一种比较呆板或者这种矮板这样一种刚性的这种状况。因此呢，在这样一个纠纷的解决过程当中，要么就是法律的滞后，要么就是这样一个纠纷的时间会耗时很长。而比较而言，调解在这4种纠纷当中呢，在金融领域里面体现为效率比较高，成本也比较低，同时呢，它的这种和解协议这样一个出来以后，它的履行、它的执行又相对来说比协商要强一些。同时，由于这样一个调解者的这样一个参与，而且调解者往往是这样一个金融专业人士，他可以帮助这样一个金融纠纷的双方，来解决这个刚刚提到的这个纠纷当中的这种复杂性、这种信息不对称性，建立这个纠纷双方的这样一种信任，最终呢由交易双方呢共同来协商成一个新的这种解决方案。因此呢，它能够比较好的，就是比较而言，比较其他几个正在解决纠纷的时候，能够比较好的来解决金融纠纷。那么在“一带一路”这个背景下呢，香港金融调解它的机遇呢，我理解的有这样4个方面。首先呢，香港的国际金融中心的这样一个地位，可以为香港这样一个金融调解呢，能够带来很多的这样一个很好的这样一个机遇。那么由于香港呢，它是长期的这种国际金融中心的这个地位，因此它也拥有大量的国际金融的这种人才，这些人才呢，也能够为金融纠纷的这种调解呢，来提供这样一个帮助。再还有一点，就是香港的这样一种普通法的传统，这一点呢，大家觉得可能没什么，但是从国际金融市场的角度来说呢，普通法的这种传统对解决金融纠纷呢，也是具有比较大的这种优势的。这一点呢，我们可以看国际上的其他的2个金融中心，一个是伦敦，一个是纽约。如果大家对金融这样一个合约、对金融这样一个交易比较熟悉的话，都知道大量的这样一个金融合约、金融交易，他们所选择的准据法往往是要么伦敦，要么是纽约的这种法律，解决的机构也一样，往往是伦敦或者是纽约的这样一个法院或者仲裁机构。这也是因为什么呢？因为普通法它在某些方面会比大陆法系呢要灵活，也便于瞬息万变的这样一个金融交易的这个发展。再另外一个呢，就是中央政府对香港金融、对香港这样一个国际地位的这个支持。那么最近的一个消息就是，中央和相应的国家已经达成初步的这样一个意向，将建立一个国际调解院。这样一个国际调解院的这样一个这个地址呢，目前已经透露出来要设立在香港。那么这样一个国际调解院，如果今后落地香港的话，当然也会对香港的金融纠纷的调解呢带来这样一个机遇。那么香港金融调解的现状是怎么样呢？这里呢，因为时间的关系，不可能讲那么详细，我们简单的介绍一下。那么香港金融纠纷调解呢，是08年由香港金融管理局 和证券及这个期货事务监管局呢，向特区政府建议，那么所建立的这样一个机构。那么特区政府呢，于2010年2月经过咨询，那么决定批准设立。那么正式的设立呢是2011年11月18号，那么共同设立。它采取的呢是一个有限责任公司的形式来这个具体的运作。那么它的特征呢，就是调解中心呢将透过它的独立、持平、便捷、有效以及公开透明的这样一些宗旨来解决这样一个金融纠纷，那么具体的投入运行呢是2012年6月19日投入服务，是吧？投入服务。那么它是主要以先调解后仲裁的方式，为金融及其相应的这种金融消费者提供一个有效，但是呢同时也收费的这样一个渠道来解决他们之间的金融纠纷。它的目标呢，或者说它的目的呢，是致力于为香港缔造一个融合的市场环境，巩固香港的这个国际金融中心的地位。它的基本的适用范围，这个合格的申索人是个人或者是小型的企业或者是独资经营者，对方呢就是金融机构。当然这个金融机构呢必须是参与了这样一个调解计划的这个成员。它具体的纠纷的解决呢，是解决纠纷因金融机构向个人消费者或者独资经营者提供服务而引起的纠纷，而这个纠纷呢，同时还要涉及到金钱问题，也就是说涉及到财产不是这样一个人身方面的。另外呢，就是纠纷呢要涉及到这样一个金融监管局或者证监会发牌或者受监管的金融机构，也就是对金融机构的还有这样一个相应的要求。它的时效，这里呢是它的这个金融调解中心的年报里面我摘了近2年的，摘了近两三年的吧，具体的我就不读。从时效来看呢，它是取得的效果还是不错，解决的纠纷的成功率呢也比较高。但是呢，大家看 PPT 也可以看到，虽然它有很高的成功率，也取得的比较好的效果，但是的收案率并不高，是吧？收案率并不高。你像这个2020年也就是才35宗，2021年呢也就是最多的是42宗，是吧？这样一个情况。那么也就是这样一种情况和香港的国际金融中心的地位，或者说因为我们没有具体的去再进一步的收集资料，比方说如果这个纠纷是提交给仲裁，或者是提交给香港的这个法院解决的，应该我想应该是会比这多得多，是吧？比这多得多。下面呢就简单的呢将香港与台湾的做法来进行比较一下。之所以这种比较呢，因为香港和台湾呢同是这样一个语言的话都是这样一个汉语了，当然两个也离得比较近。另外呢一般学者们呢也都认为呢，这2个地方呢也代表了不同的这样一种模式吧，所以有一定的可比性。那么比较而言呢，香港的金融纠纷调解中心呢，主要是借鉴美国的这样一个金融监管局的纠纷的这样一种模式，采取的是先调解后仲裁的这样一种争端解决模式。而通常认为呢，台湾呢是参考了英国的金融申诉专员制度的这样一种经验。那么一般学者都认为呢，在纠纷的解决上呢，那么台湾的这种做法，采取这种金融专员的这种方式呢，更具有这种专业性，对于金融纠纷的这种解决呢，会有取得更好的这样一个效果。那么在另外的这种模式上呢，一般学者也都认为呢，香港的这样一种金融纠纷解决模式，虽然也向金融消费者呢有一定的倾斜性的保护，但是呢，与台湾的这样一种模式比较起来呢，还是有一定的不足，主要体现在2个方面。一个呢，你像这个刚刚提到它的这个纠纷的这种纠纷的调解解决的，它还是要收费的。虽然它对金融消费者呢 是有一定的减免，但是它仍然还是收费。而台湾在这方面呢，完全就是对消费者呢进行免费，它只单向的向金融机构收费。同时呢，在这样一个所做出的调解这个问题上呢，它只约束金融机构，而对于金融消费者呢是没有一定的约束的，就是他觉得不足以保护他的话，他可以进一步的向法院呢提起诉讼。所以呢，刚刚提到了，香港呢它是先调解后仲裁，但是呢，它这个呢是对双方具有拘束力的，也就是你双方必须都走这么一条路，对吧？必须都走这么一条路，就是比较而言呢，台湾的模式会对金融消费者的保护呢，会力度会更大一些，对吧？力度会大一些。
对不起，张教授，稍微加快一点。
好嘞，行，好，马上好，还有几分钟，好，加快一点。然后就是在立法模式上呢，香港是没有这样一个统一的立法的，而这一点上，台湾是有专门的立法来统一调整这样一个模式，而且在这一点上呢，其他国家的做法基本上都是有统一的立法，所以在这一点上呢，香港也有它的这个不足。那么挑战和建议呢，有这么几点，一个呢就是目前香港的这样一个在“一带一路”背景下，香港的这个竞争对手，我理解有新加坡、迪拜，当然也包括伦敦，是吧？包括伦敦，但我理解这样一个竞争对手最强的可能是新加坡和迪拜，因为这个是在“一带一路”上这是比较重要的两个。而在具体的做法上呢，香港虽然和新加坡的做法呢有一定的相似性，有一定的相似性，但是竞争力呢可能目前受到的新加坡这方面的挑战。另外一个兴起的新秀就是迪拜，对吧？就是迪拜。另外一个呢，由于各种各样的原因，香港近几年这种的发展，它的国际金融中心的地位呢也受到了一定的挑战，对吧？也受到挑战，既包括来自于新加坡这样的，也包括大陆内地的这样一些发展的这种挑战。然后呢，我提出来的建议呢有这样3个方面，一个呢就是调解制度能不能可能会需要进一步的这样一个完善，一个呢就刚刚提到的在立法上能不能有一个制定一部立法，给它有相应的法律的依据，然后再统一的就金融纠纷的这种解决了有一个统一的这种调整，统一的这种规范。另外一个呢就是调解的范围是不是可以扩大，对吧？是不是可以扩大？目前主要以金融消费者为主，是不是可以扩大到金融机构之间以及非金融机构之间的这样一个纠纷？而比较而言呢，随着“一带一路”的发展，非金融机构相互之间以及金融机构相互之间的纠纷呢，应该会更多一些，是吧？应该会更多一些。然后呢，这种先调解后仲裁的模式呢，也会给一些纠纷的当事人呢有一种期望，反正就是调解不成，我们就不是对，调解不成，我们后面就是走仲裁的。所以这个时候能不能把调解的先独立的发展，至于说后面是怎么样的发展呢？由当事人再去进行选择，可能会对调解的发展的会更好一些。再一个就是人才的积累，虽然刚刚提到了，香港它是这个国际金融中心的发展有很多年，那么也积累了很多的大量的这样一个国际金融方面的这个人才，但是呢，随着这样一个“一带一路”的发展，可能仅靠以前的熟悉普通法系的这样一些法律人才可能还不够，还需要这个熟悉大陆法系，特别是伊斯兰法以及涉及到伊斯兰金融方面的人才呢，需要进一步的大力的发展。再一个呢，由于香港呢它是这样一个人民币的离岸中心，那么在今后的发展过程当中，香港是不是可以考虑与大陆进行这样一个合作，对吧？其实以前也都有，现在也有相应的迹象在进一步的合作。就是那么我的想法就是在金融调解方面，大陆和香港呢进行进一步的加深的合作，对吧？加深合作，像上海和香港啊，香港和这样一个这个广东啊、粤港啊等等一起。好，我的发言就到这里，谢谢大家。
谢谢张庆林教授。张庆林教授真正是这个金融纠纷调解的专家啊，他不但对整个这个领域非常熟悉，而且对香港在这方面的地位、机遇、条件啊， 还有建议都有研究，他准备的很充分，可惜我们的时间有限，所以不能让他完全展开，有点抱歉了啊。我们的时间已经大大的那个超出原来的这个预期了哈。最后还有一位讲者啊，是这个曾晓峰博士啊。这个曾晓峰是亚非法协香港区域仲裁中心的主任，也是一个在香港很活跃的法律人士。他演讲的题目呢是“一带一路倡议下的香港仲裁机会”。下面有请曾晓峰先生啊。好，小峰。
Good afternoon, Mr. Chen Dong, Vice Director of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR, Mr. Leung, President of the Legislative Council of the Hong Kong SAR, Mr. Paul Lam, Secretary for Justice of the Hong Kong SAR, Professor Rao, Priscilla, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nick Chen, the Director leading the operations of ELCO's newly established Regional Arbitration Center in Hong Kong. I'm very excited to be here today to share with you some of my thoughts on how we as a regional arbitration center can assist in facilitating more business, more commerce, and less problems and less disputes as we gather to grow under the Belt and Road Initiative. Well, you know, with more business, there are bound to be some differences, misunderstandings, and opportunities to resolve them. What are the best ways to resolve problems? Well, let's start on the left side of the spectrum, which is whose fist is bigger wins out. Or is it luck of the draw? Is it a lottery? So did you drew the short straw in solving a problem, in entering into a bargain? Or do you go to court, which is quite common? But as many of you know, in international businesses, international commerce, if you have a dispute and you went to a particular court in jurisdiction A, you win the court judgment, but you then go to jurisdiction B, C, D, E, F, you might not be able to readily enforce it because there's a lack of mutual recognition of court judgments from another jurisdiction. So what do you do? Well, you can then proceed to think about, and I recommend it, to do ADR, alternative dispute resolution, such as mediation and arbitration. Mediation has the benefit of, from the Asian problem-solving culture, allowing people to move on quickly. There's no third party deciding your fate. You have a good sharing discussion amongst yourselves, trying to resolve. Sometimes you can't get to a mutual understanding. So what do? Arbitration is great, because under the New York Convention, you could enforce a New York Convention member states seated arbitration award in the other 169 countries, jurisdictions. So that makes it for a lot cheaper and more predictable enforcement to right a wrong, so to speak. But then it could be quite expensive under COVID-19 to try to overcome COVID-19 travel restrictions, or even without COVID-19, hotel fees, all that can be avoided if you try ODR, online dispute resolution. And you could shake hands again and do more business together. Now, right here at the ELCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, we don't just offer ADR, alternative dispute resolution, we offer a state-of-the-art online disputes resolution platform. And I'll explain a bit more later. But first, allow me to introduce ELCO, or reintroduce ELCO to you. You might know very well. ELCO has been established since 1956. Today, we have 47 member countries. Together, we speak for 2/3 of the world's population, and our combined GDP last year exceeds $26 trillion. So many of our 47 member states are staunch supporters of the Belt and Road Initiative. So these two, our organization and the initiative, works hand in hand. In fact, over 80% of our ELCO member states are active members of the Belt and Road Initiative. Together, we, ELCO, solve a lot of problems, look at what international conventions, treaties in connection with commerce, international commerce, or humanitarian issues, biodiversity loss issues, climate change issues. Together, these countries get together and voice their view. And since the 1970s, ELCO has decided to help the world, let's have our own improved dispute resolution settlement system on top of what's available elsewhere. So this is called the ELCO Dispute Resolution Settlement System. And if you work with ELCO centers, you will be able to take advantage of the collaboration and the mutual trust that already exists. So ELCO has decided to set up its newest, its 6th International Arbitration Center in Hong Kong, called the ELCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. If you're wondering, but you know it already perhaps, ELCO stands for Asian African Legal Consultative Organization. Most of the countries in Asia and Africa are its members. Here at ELCO, ELCO has a permanent observer seat at the UN, and you know, if you were to do business, if you are doing business with other countries in ELCO, you would appreciate there are many, you make many friends, and if there are problems, together we can overcome them. Now, allow me to maybe briefly walk through some of our key advantages. We are country neutral. The ELCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center has been awarded status much like any other international government organization, really, like a consulate general office in some ways. So the documents of ELCO are invaluable, meaning local enforcement agencies are not allowed to go in and take our documents, your documents, if you entrust the dispute resolution, your arbitration, in the future, your mediation, your conciliation, adjudication with us. That makes it an ideal place to resolve multinational, intergovernmental, government to business, meaning investor state disputes. When you do big transactions with another country, where's the neutral ground, neutral ground to resolve disputes? Is it an arbitration center owned by the other country or something like ELCO? So at ELCO, Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, we are country neutral. Hong Kong has strong rule of law, as you know, highly ranked year after year. We have a deep bench of professionals, 15,000 plus lawyers, many arbitrators, mediators. Many are qualified in many parts of the world, speak many languages, and understand the cultural differences and law nuances of different laws from around the world. We have a prime office location with young, vibrant staff here to serve you. We have here you can take advantage of OFSA, outcome-related fees for arbitration. So businesses can have the option so that their lawyers can have a skin in the game, and they will feel perhaps more comfortable about, you know, the process, the outcome, and the fees and the charges. The Hong Kong arbitration law has been updated to make clearer than many parts in the world, that IP disputes can be arbitrated. There is, of course, this is a great place to take advantage of China's national 14th five-year plan, which has a lot of opportunities for people who transact through Hong Kong. As many of you know, China, our country, has, under its national plan, designated Hong Kong as the legal services and disputes resolution hub. It's, as you know, visitors will know, it's where East meets West, where cultures are, international, cosmopolitan. It's a nice place to work, to resolve disputes, and get deals done. We have a lot of law tech here, and we have our own online dispute resolution platform. On the screen, I'm showing some of our 47 member states. Well, with the recent establishment of the ELCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center, we will be complementing the other 5 international arbitration centers of ELCO. We work closely together. We are friends, naturally, and we'd like to extend that network to you in terms of enforcing awards, in terms of resolving disputes, in terms of preventing disputes, and hopefully introducing the right people and using the right technology like eKYC, electronic know your customers, know your client, so that you work with the right people. Now, these are our key objectives of our new center, which is chosen amongst 190 plus countries in 700 plus cities in China. It is right here in Hong Kong. And why? So you've heard of many advantages, but let me show you some of our key objectives. We are here to act as a coordinating agency in the ELCO international dispute settlement system. We're here to promote the effective function of arbitral institutions, not just within our ELCO 6 centers, but beyond. We are here to provide and support ad hoc arbitration processes, but as well as institutional. So you're welcome, and we warmly welcome you to use our model arbitration clause. I'll share that on the screen a bit later. Now, here you have it. First 5 lines here is our model disputes resolution clause, where just by copying, using this clause and customizing it with the following sentences, if you wish, you can readily make use of the benefit of resolving disputes with the ELCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center and the entire ELCO disputes settlement system. Please come try us out. So Law Tech are us. We have an exceptional world-leading online dispute resolution system powered by eBram. Here, very soon you will be, if you join us, use us, you can very soon take advantage of a very unique process. Advantage not widely available. Let me explain why. In many places, if you started an arbitration, you may not be able to get injunctive relief from the court to help you preserve evidence and preserve assets. In the event that you win, you want to be able to enforce it. So if you do a lot of business with China, with mainland China, businesses in mainland China, naturally, you would consider this. Use our model arbitration clause, work with one of the approved arbitral institutions in Hong Kong, where if you started an arbitration process with one of these approved arbitration institutions, you can immediately go to courts in mainland China to seek injunctive relief on assets, on evidence, so that there's a less chance of you ending up with an empty judgment in terms of having an arbitral award and not being able to enforce it. So Hong Kong is a financial center of the world, as you know, a free flow of capital, free flow of information. There are just too many good reasons not to choose Hong Kong as your seat of arbitration. Here, my team and myself, we are not just experienced in arbitration and in the area of law, of course. Myself included, we have technology background. Apart from being a lawyer, I have a background in artificial intelligence. We're very confident if you work with us, we are well placed to help you resolve disputes, be it government to business, business to business, online to offline, business to commerce, peer-to-peer transactions, on e-commerce, metaverse related transactions, NFT, you name it. We are here to help art tech, prop tech. Now, please visit our website. Look up ELCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. We have our ODR platform on the right-hand side, you can see on the screen. And please visit our offices. We have bright, welcoming offices, great ambience to resolve disputes. You can come here in person, or of course, you could just join us remotely from anywhere in the world, or from the palm of your hand with a mobile device. Again, please try out our arbitration clause. It's free for you to use our clause. And please come visit us. We are here to offer all assistance. I wish you good health. And together, we can build a bright future together under the Belt and Road Initiative. Thank you very much for your time today. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
谢谢小峰的发言，他重点是介绍了一下，亚非法协中心的一个机构，那就是坐落在香港，以香港为基地的一个争端解决的一个中心啊，争端解决的调解中心，这个是非常是由一帮年轻人所组织起来的，专业性很强的一个机构，很有发展前景，介绍很详细，也是因为时间的问题啊，这个我不能够再多讲了。我们上面5位讲者都做了非常精彩的发言，他们分别从不同的国度、从不同的角度来对于“一带一路”的理解和香港的作用啊，进行很好的意见。我听了以后很受启发，也很受教益啊。这个，我想呢，我想简单讲2点感受吧，占大家一点时间。就是一个是，就是如何香港发挥这个普通法制度的优势，在“一带一路”中啊能够发挥作用。还有一个，如何正确认识“一带一路”中的所谓国际法问题啊？这个，因为这个“一带一路”应该说是我们国家提出的促进国际双边或者多边经贸合作的一个新的一种路径，一个很好的倡议，有很好的实践了。但是也面临很多的挑战，这中间很大的一个问题就是关于如何利用法律手段来解决在这个实践过程中的出现的一些争议，而恰恰这一点就为香港带来很大的机遇，因为香港可以应用这个普通法来在这个“一带一路”这个过程中来发挥法律的作用。普通法我们清楚啊，就是这个，我们注意到，在国际司法机构里面，特别是在这个国际仲裁的机构里面，普通法的适用占了很大的比重。刚才讲到伦敦中心、纽约中心，他们用的法律中相当一部分也是用的普通法。普通法是为什么有这样的一种便利呢？普通法是在世界上2大并存的法系中的一个。那就是和大陆法系并存，他们各有自己的所长。但是普通法呢，它在世界的至少1/3人口的区域里面在适用啊。它的特点就是能够根据具体的经验来解决具体的案件，强调具体问题具体分析，所以它在判案过程中有很大的针对性和灵活性。普通法的适用面比较广，创造力很强。所以在调整社会关系、这个制定社会规范方面呢，能够发挥很积极的作用。另外，普通法的这个主要渊源不是成文法，而是习惯法， 是判例，而且它更加重视程序。在这一方面，香港都很有一个成熟的这个经验啊。应该说，香港是一个很成熟的普通话体系啊，这个被国际社会所公认，有很好的国际信誉。另外，香港有一批高素质的熟悉普通法的这个法律人才，这个上午的会议都谈到了，这样可以为香港在这个“一带一路”过程中解决法律争议争端来发挥自己的所长。正所谓香港所长，国家所需啊。习主席在今年7·1讲话讲到这个香港的优势和特点是背靠祖国，连通世界。那么连通世界这方面，除了它本身的地位以外，跟它的法治系统是很有关系的。就是这个，所以习主席2次谈到要保持发展香港的普通法体系，就是国家支持香港在香港筹建这样的国际调解院这个支持香港成为亚太地区的国际法律和争端解议中心，这个服务中心，这都是推动香港进一步产生自身的竞争能力，保持自己优势的一些重大的一些战略举措。所以这是一个应该说这既是一个国家发展战略的一部分，香港投入进去，也是一国两制实施的一个新的平台，所以是很值得我们高度重视的。所以我期待这个特区政府也好，我们民间也好，各种专业团体也好，高度重视“一带一路”这个实践过程中的这种法律服务的机会，来共同推动香港成为一个亚太地区的国际争议，特别商贸争议的一个解决中心、服务中心。这是一点。还有一点呢，我就注意到我们这个题目是讲到这个“一带一路”和国际法律。我所理解这个国际法呢，跟这个可能还有一些区别。我们这儿的国际法更多的其实是一种 transnational law， 是 legal system， 跟这个国际法我们平常的一般传统理解是国际公法international public law。这个国际公法主要是强调国家间的、政府间的这个权利义务关系，但是在“一带一路”中，除了国家间的权利义务关系以外呢，更多的是包括这个多个法律主体这里有国家，也有公司，甚至还有个人。所以在这种情况下，基本上我们这个号称国际法其实是国际法律是 transnational law。这就给我们提供了更高的要求，就是我们不单要了解国际公法，而且我们要更多的了解香港的、中国大陆的、内地的，还有陆经国的沿线国家的法律，要处理这个他们涉外法律之间的冲突要找到一个解决不同法律体系之间的争端解决的方式。这些是很大的挑战，但恰恰也是香港的长处所在。香港是很有创造力的地方，所以期待香港在这方面能够发挥更大的作用。耽误大家的时间，我们感谢这一节的5位讲者的精彩发言，也感谢我的共同的同事 partner 这个 Sharma 博士的这个精彩的主持，谢谢大家。我们这一次节到此结束。
May we now invite Dr. Sharma to present some souvenirs as a token of gratitude to our guests here today, Professor Matab, Professor Andikali, and Professor Tan.
咁我哋而家有請 Dr. Sharma 咧為我哋頒發感謝狀俾我哋台上咁多位嘅分享嘉賓嘅。好 ，Professor Lun, please join us on stage to present a souvenir to Professor Dr. Farhana. Okay, let's take a photo. Thank you, Professor Farhana. And next, may we invite Professor Yadi Gadi. 我哋有請梁美芬博士啦，以及 Dr. Roger Sharma 咧，為我哋致送一個嘅紀念品俾我哋下一位嘅講者。我哋另一位講者咧就係 Professor Yanni Gadi。多謝晒。之後咧就有請陳清漢教授接受一份嘅感謝狀。亦都再一次多謝喺線上參與為我哋主持嘅姚教授啦，為我哋分享嘅張慶倫教授同埋陳曉峰律師嘅。Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to give a round of applause to all of our speakers of this session. 再一次多謝我哋台上咁多位嘅分享嘉賓，亦都再一次感謝 Dr. Roger Sharma 咧為我哋主持嘅。Thank you, Dr. Roger Sharma, to be the host of this session. Thank you. Please be seated. 咁我哋去到咧今日最後一節嘅論壇環節之前呢，咁有一班嘅支持機構嘅單位咧，我哋都希望藉住呢一個時間可以衷心去感謝佢哋嘅。
We have a list of sponsors to thank before we move on to the next session.
冇錯啦，我哋嘅主要贊助機構包括有香港律師會、
The Law Society of Hong Kong,
同埋香港大律師公會。
the Hong Kong Bar Association.
另外，我哋仲有多個嘅支持單位，包括有中國國際經濟貿易仲裁委員會香港仲裁中心、
CTEC Hong Kong,
以及香港調解資歷評審協會有限公司、
華南香港國際仲裁院有限公司、
中國海事仲裁委員會香港仲裁中心、
中國委託公證人協會有限公司、
香港和解中心有限公司、
香港中國企業協會法律專業委員會、
香港女律師協會有限公司、
香港青年法律工作者協會有限公司、
香港國際公證人協會、
國際公益法律服務協會有限公司、
基本法基金會有限公司、
法律教育基金會有限公司、
香港法學交流基金會有限公司、
基本法研究中心有限公司、
亞太法律協會有限公司、
粵港澳大灣區聯合調解研究院、
香港海事仲裁協會、
全球華語律師聯盟有限公司、
國際青年法律交流聯會有限公司、
國際爭議解決及專業談判研究院、
國際爭議解決及風險管理協會、
香港國際調解中心，
以及香港調解會嘅。再一次感謝我哋咁多個嘅支持單位。咁另外咧，大家收到個 folder 裏邊咧，我哋都好感謝咧，有幾個嘅單位為我哋咧係印製咗一啲嘅刊物啦，俾大家一啲嘅資訊嘅。咁佢哋包括咗有維護國家安全委員會秘書處 ，and also we want to thank Secretariat of the Committee for Safeguarding National Security of the HKSAR， 以及傅霞敏、Dora 同埋伍士瑞 Will 為我哋咧係贊助同埋提供咗咧各項嘅宣傳品啦同埋單張嘅，再一次感謝大家。咁接住落嚟咧，我哋就會進入今日最後一個嘅論壇環節啦。呢個環節咧，我哋會係以一帶一路的挑戰與願景法律的視角咁作為一個主題嘅。我哋好開心可以邀請到主持人基本法研究中心主任胡漢清資深大律師咧，係擔任呢一節嘅主持。
We're now in the fourth session with the theme of Challenges and Future of One Belt One Road, Legal Perspectives. We'll invite the host, Mr. Alan Hu, SBS SC JP, Chairman of Basic Institute, to come to the stage to start hosting the position.
喺呢度咧，亦都特別感謝咧基本法研究中心有限公司咧係支持我哋今次嘅論壇嘅，多謝晒主席。咁喺呢個環節咧，我哋都有幾位嘅演講嘉賓，包括有中國與全球法研究中心高級國際研究員、北京律師。
Mr. Lawrence J. Braham, Senior International Fellow of the Center for China Globalization of Beijing, who is also an attorney, as our first speaker.
也有中国广东省深圳市前海合作区人民法院院长卞飞院长。
We also have the President of Shenzhen Shanghai Cooperation Zone People's Court, Mr. Bian Fei.
亦都有香港城市大學法學院教授、中國法與比較法研究中心主任黃江宇教授。
And we also have the Director of the Center for Chinese and Comparative Law of the City University of Hong Kong, Professor Wang Jiangyu.
以及 浙江大学光华法学院副院长赵俊教授
and Professor Zhao Jun of Guanghua Law School of Zhejiang University. Last but not least, we have Stefano Porcelli, the Associate Professor and University Researcher of University of Brescia, Italy.
我哋都有意大利法學家和大學研究員、意大利布雷西亞大學 Stefano Porcelli 嘅。好，咁呢個時間呢，我哋就邀請我哋在現場嘅兩位，包括我哋嘅主持胡漢清資深大律師，我哋都有請咧係梁博士咧係陪同胡漢清資深大律師咧嚟到台上嘅，以及黃光宇教授。好，咁我哋咧邀請我哋兩位嘅主持，包括胡漢清資深大律師啦，同埋梁美芬博士嚟到台上為我哋主持呢個環節，亦都有請我哋嘅講者黃光宇教授一齊嚟到台上嘅，有請。今日咧亦都非常之感激我哋咁多位嘅嘉賓啦，由早上咧我哋9點鐘開始今次嘅論壇咧，直到我哋依家咧都有好多位嘅朋友喺現場咧係支持我哋，亦都係聽到我哋好多位講者嘅分享。咁其實除咗喺我哋嘅現場之外咧，我哋今日整個嘅論壇亦都係喺線上咧以 Zoom 嘅形式咧係俾其他嘅地區啦，同埋其他咧未能嚟到我哋現場嘅朋友咧，亦都可以同時參與嘅。
Thank you again for the guest speakers who have been here since 9 a.m. till right now. It has been a very long day. We're also joined by a lot of viewers who have been joining us through Zoom and online platforms.
冇錯啦，咁所以咧，希望如果大家咧有一啲嘅朋友啦，現在未能夠嚟到現場，但係希望咧可以聽到我哋咁多位嘅講者精彩嘅分享咧，而家都未遲嘅，咁可以 Zoom 咧都可以咧係加入啦，同埋係收聽到我哋幾位咧重要講者啦同埋嘉賓嘅分享嘅。
我本來仲以為我要拉下布請我嗰個好朋友胡漢清資深大律師入場，唔使拉幾多啫，拉10秒鐘。
好，咁我哋再一次用掌聲歡迎胡漢清資深大律師，同埋我哋嘅客席主持就係梁美芬博士，同埋我哋嘅講者黃光宇教授。咁將時間交俾兩位主持啦。
Good afternoon, everybody, to the fourth session today. We have quite a few illustrious speakers that Priscilla will introduce. One is a very old China hand, Mr. Brahms, who's been in Beijing for 30 years. And we also have a professor who's the head of the law school of Qinghai Court. Sorry, he's the president of the Shanghai Court, which, as you all know, is the area demarcated in the special economic zone. A lot of people don't describe Samjan correctly. It's a special economic zone. It's not quite like any other mainland city, but it's not an SAR. It's a special economic zone with its own features, but still within the parameters of the mainland system. And that'll be the one point I will be trying to pick up from all the speakers today, is how much of the mainland system is in One Belt, One Road? How much of the mainland DNA deals with the systemic structure of One Belt, One Road? The legal perspectives of One Belt, One Road. As a lawyer, the first question is, what is the definition of One Belt, One Road? Sitting there in the audience is Dr. Richard Lee. 15 years ago, he and I started the Marco Polo Society in Hong Kong, which tries to build on the old the Silk Route. From where? Not from Italy, from Constantinople, today Istanbul, through to Tashkent, then to Daido, modern Beijing. That was the so-called the then modern Silk Route, started by Pope Gregory X of Italy. But today, the definition of One Belt, One Road is not like the old Silk Route. It doesn't confine itself to an actual connecting route between adjoining countries. It is radiating out through global space to all countries of the world that shares the vision. Right? There are no selection of partners. There are no exclusion of strategic competitors. There's no bullying of weaker financial countries. It's supposed to be a level playing field where China hopes to initiate what we now call what it sees as its role in the new global order, where it can contribute and share in the development of the new global order. It is not from a unilateral perspective. Imagine the Silk Route so many centuries ago, right? So the legal perspectives are many. The first is One Belt, One Road. What is it anchored on now? It's already on its feet. It's running through a lot of countries in the African continent, in the Middle East, in Central Asia. A lot of countries have signed on. But what is the legal feature of One Belt, One Road today? It's still anchored in the mainland system because it's operated by mainland financial institutions. It must, therefore, accord with mainland rules and largely denominated in renminbi. That itself causes problems. The last US President Trump says settlement with trade with China in renminbi is currency manipulation, he says. Well, I've got one comment. Why not use Hong Kong dollars? It's a hard currency. If anything, it's pegged to the US currency in interest rate. You control the currency. You can insist on settling trade with China in Hong Kong dollars. Why not? Is it not legal tender? Is Hong Kong dollars not under the same law as renminbi and the Macau patakas? Isn't it? Legal tender, legal perspective. So if I go on, I'm going to encroach on all those other speakers' content. But I would like you all to open your minds to this, and I'll try and give some useful comments as to their contributions to today's discussion. And I'll now ask Priscilla to introduce each of them. Thanks, Priscilla.
好多謝Alan。我哋係好多年嘅好朋友、戰友，係一路係亦都好多謝咧。我哋係好多嘅合作，佢做咗好多關於基本法嘅好多嘅文獻咧，喺中央圖書館咧用好多嘅心機。大家會睇到今次嘅研討會咧，我哋係對一啲喺過往由84年去到97年之後，一直香港經歷回歸，都係付出過好大嘅貢獻嘅朋友。可能有啲新一輩嘅律師咧，都未必話睇到嗰個過程，但係我呢係好清楚，即係喺最艱難嘅時候，應該我哋法律界最艱難嘅時候，想將一個比較正確嘅道理講出嚟呢，你唔係淨係嗌出嚟咁簡單，係真係要動之以情，說之以理，係我哋個個人都係有一團火嘅，即係唔係為咗啲乜嘢，係為咗呢，即係為咗國家同埋大家都係因為係法律嘅背景，所以睇唔過眼，即係唔覺得嗰啲歪理係應該可以咁樣繼續。後嚟2014年開始咧，就我哋見到新一代自發出嚟啦，我都好開心。當時喺街頭上就會見到自己教過嘅學生，亦都有學生係鼓勵我調翻轉頭。因為咧Hong Kong U 有一位嘅教授咧就好 outspoken， 對唔住我都兩種語言啦 ，Chinglish 冇辦法，香港人就係咁。咁就一定要有另外一個教授去制衡翻。咁我亦都係喺佢哋有倡議佔中嘅時候，其實都未有。2014年佔中，2013年我啲學生喺課堂上唔肯走，係要求我一定要出聲。我係好感動，我一定要 acknowledge 翻呢啲 JD 嘅學生，係 JD 嘅學生。我喺2019年11月11號喺課堂上 教書嗰陣時係全城啲黑衣人要我哋罷課，我80幾個 JD 嘅同學係唔肯走，我啲同事好清楚，當時出邊咧係走火警咁樣衝入嚟，我哋係唔肯走，我哋係用我哋嘅堅定嘅眼神望住佢哋話，我哋80幾個人係唔會離開呢間房。最後嗰啲黑衣人望下望下自己走咗。大家都知道試過之前係有一啲教授俾佢哋圍住5個鐘頭靠惡，但係我哋法律人呢，就係要靠我哋嘅正氣，我哋對法治嘅信念，就係用法治，我哋保護我哋嘅文明，我哋唔要暴力。呢個係一國兩制。今日講咗一日最成功就係香港人呢，我哋係相信文明法治，我哋唔妥協。咁所以呢，今日呢，我好榮幸，點解呢？呢一節其實係壓軸，我自己錯出嚟做返主持呢。第一，因為馮華健資深大律師就係調咗去第一節同陳宏毅教授做主持。咁我呢，就一定要揾個好拍檔俾胡漢清資深大律師，嗰個肯定係我啦。所以呢，我又要出場啦，同大家分享故事。第二呢，呢幾位嘅講者我要介紹多啲呢，就係 Lawrence Brown 呢，龍安志呢，係我識咗30年嘅朋友，喺香港學廣東話嘅一個美國執業律師。我喺北京翻嚟，佢同佢係同事，喺孖士打律師行共事咗。佢92年呢，就係佢係非常仰慕中國，喺北京係喺4合院做辦事處30年。佢嘅中文嗰啲同事知道，佢嘅廣東話、普通話，唔好講英文係母語，係好過好多人。卞非院長係喺城市大學讀過正一個普通法嘅法律碩士，我哋因此認識。跟住佢係返去開發前海。前海陣間，不如我哋就聽前海嘅院長自己介紹，又係另外一個縮小嘅一國兩制咁樣嘅一種。頭先我朝頭早講係既 practical， 即係好務實，但係又容許我哋普通法喺前海可以發揮作用嘅，即係佢係中國法律同埋普通法都非常之好嘅。黃光宇教授，我嘅同事，係國際法嘅專家。我哋頭先咁多個好朋友Rajesh， 仲有我哋 Professor Cheng Han， 就係都係喺香港一段時間離開香港工作，俾人搶咗啦。我哋要檢討點解咁好嘅人才俾人搶走咗。好彩我哋搶翻一個翻嚟。黃光宇教授係喺新加坡請翻佢翻嚟我一定要佢嚟參與，令佢對香港呢係好有感情。不過走咗嘅同事，我哋都係好兄弟係好兄弟。今次一叫翻嚟啦，就翻嚟啦。咁咧，趙俊教授呢，就係代表浙江大學，係非常優秀，中英文非常好嘅國際法嘅新秀，唔係新秀啦，其實而家已經係副院長啦，即係而家現代之星。仲有 Stefano 咧，非常之有趣，佢嘅普通話係非常之好嘅意大利人。咁咧，我哋咧就係同一類人咧，所以就識埋同一類嘅。咁個個咧都係其實心中咧應該係有正氣，起碼對我哋講中國嘅故事、香港嘅故事咧，起碼係公平公正。咁好啦，咁我就介紹咗啦。我聽胡漢清資深大律師 Alan 跟住叫你就係個吩咐咧，我就要坐出嚟解釋講點解請呢5位。咁時間再交翻俾 Alan。Ready?
Is Mr. Brahms ready?
Is Lawrence ready? OK 啦 ，ready。
係，你翻我係咗啦。
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us today, this afternoon.
Thank you.
I see you are sitting in a very Chinese setting.
这个是我们的四合院在北京，然后我们现在北京中心、北京东厂。然后我特别要感谢 Priscilla 梁美凡， 我们在80年代是中文大学的同学，然后后来在90年代初，我们2个都在法律事务所工作的。但是 Priscilla 她觉得就是那些律师就主要是要赚钱，他不是关心钱的问题，他是关心正义。他觉得是他要为香港的人民要做好事情，所以他就是入了政治界。我在北京，我主要是在当外交局的专家，还有我们中国全球化智库的一个研究员，然后提供很多意见给政府关于各方面的政策，包括是国企改革和生态文明。然后我现在是要预计到一些未来的事情，就是我在2000年写了一本书，叫《中国的世纪》。中国的世纪是谈到19世纪是英国的世纪，20世纪是美国的世纪，但是21世纪就是中国的世纪。然后当时是朱镕基总理写那个前言，但是我特别感谢他的支持，因为现在是我们谈到现在中国是要改变影响全世界跟一带一路的精神，而且新的政策，而且特别重要是要回到那时候朱镕基的一些宏观调控的政策，因为这个是把计划经济跟市场经济，不管意识形态，就是有发挥一个很实际的结果的经济。然后后来是我写了一本书，跟Doris 和 John Naisbitt 关于一带一路。那 Naisbitt 先生他是很早预计到这个 megatrends 非常大的 megatrend， 但我们最早是谈到了一带一路是会改变世界结构的一个非常大的一个 megatrend。当时我后来写了另外一本书，就是关于人民币国际化。其实人民币国际化是我们现在今天要谈到一带一路跟香港关系核心的一个问题。现在是我们刚才我听到了什么是一带一路，其实很多的外国朋友都不太了解，他们不知道一带一路到底什么意思，是不是一个法拉利的一个跑车的一个广告，一带一路。其实不是，我们都知道在过程中是中国的改革，一带一路，一路你有基本建设的路，不管是一个铁路或者高速公路，周边有经济的发展。而且中国的很多在90年代面临一个非常尖锐的一个问题，其实很多的省在中国是没有沿海的一个交通，你没有交通，你没有基本建设，你没有发电厂，你没有经济发展。其实这个概念是跟美国的理论完全是相反的。那美国是很多地方说先要政治改革，要操办一个美国的制度，你才可以有经济发展。但是说白了，你没有基本建设，你没有经济的条件，你没有未来的发展，而且没有教育，很多东西是不能解决的。所以其实中国的一个经验跟很多第三世界国家的经验非常相似的。那我们要谈到世界结构的问题。100年前有西班牙的一个流感，有经济大萧条，然后二战。那100年以后，我们有现在 COVID， 也有一个大经济危机，要避免更大的一个战争。那现在的问题是我们就是100年前二战以后，整个的经济的结构都变了。过去是一个殖民地经济的，后来是变得一种可以说是Bretton Woods， 但是 Bretton Woods 主要的特点是用美币 US dollar 解散和结算，因为这个原因，美国的 dollar 变全世界区别的货币。所以其实从这方面来说，让美国能够把它的体制推到全世界，而且其实我们可以说从90年代以来，我们谈到据说的全球化，其实是全球美国化。但是很多的国家因为他们的国家的文化、历史、地位各方面的不能接受，因为他们的条件跟情况是不符这个制度来照办给他们的。 其实他们都需要自己的一个发展的路。那就是谈到90年代中国的改革开放，那时候我还会投朱镕基用的那种可以说宏观调控制度，可以用计划经济，可以用市场经济。其实是中国的经济是跟玩太极一样，其实有时候你需要更多的计划经济，有时候需要更多的市场经济，可以随时调整。没有意识形态的经济，就是实际的经济。这是跟美国当时的体制完全不一样。美国的特别强调要完全市场经济，而且把经济跟政治连在一起，其实是没有关系的。就从这方面来说，中国是能够用基本建设用计划经济推到基本建设的发展，然后能够让市场经济跟得上。从这方面来说，这个模式或者这个经验，我不要说中国的经济模式，其实是不能说是模式，是可以说是积累好几十年的经验，然后把最精粹的方面能够分享给一些发展中国家，让他们能够进入了那个一带一路，然后开始有各方面的一些交流和各方面的经济共同发展。从这方面来说，加另外一层生态文明。生态文明是中国的一个环保政策，而且中国的环保政策是面临最关键的问题，基本建设。因为主要是发电厂，你要谈所有气候变暖的问题，你不解决发电厂的问题，什么东西是解决不了，都是白谈的。然后从这方面来说，生态文明主要是要把中国的那个整个的一个可以说能源的那个体制完全这几年改过来的。我们开始草拟生态，因为我参加生态文明意见的草拟工作的，当时我在环保部当顾问。但是其实是那时候我们的工作可以说是2013年开始15年这个时候做这个工作，发生什么呢？中国是当时是80%靠煤炭，那按照现在的生态文明，到2030年80%中国的能源全是绿色能源，所以这个是用计划经济推动市场经济非常重要的。那就是如果你看一带一路中国的那个基本建设的投资要走出去到别的国家，也是个生态基本建设投资，就是积累多少年的一个经验，包括生态文明。我们可以看到最近前2个礼拜，卡塔尔有那个大的那个足球那个世界杯，那当时是卡塔尔花的钱是那个2200亿做整个一个新的城市，那70%都是中国来帮卡塔尔建起来，因为别的国家是做不到的。然后建的过程中，现在是当时也是一个800一个焦瓦那个富光那个能源厂，其实从这方面来说，都是绿色能源，都是用太阳能解决卡塔尔10%所有的能源问题。从这方面来说，这就是一带一路的一个模式，一个例子，可以了解到下一步一带一路的一个结果。那现在是主要的什么问题？主要的问题是现在我们那个怎么用那个更多的国家跟中国能够有结算的问题，因为美国到处都各方面有制裁，有这个问题，有干涉很多的那个金融方面的。那如果你能够是自己有结算，非常方便，你可以有很多的那个交易的。那现在是这个问题来说，现在主要的第一个问题是现在是那个把那个 CIPS 要推动到全世界的。那 CIPS 是非常重要的，因为是一个 SWIFT， 而且 CIPS 现在是这么一个可以说可能1200多个那个银行跟中国有 SWIFT 的那个 CIPS 的关系， SWIFT 是已经有1万多的。但是鲁迅有一句话，过去没有路，很多人走到一个方向，那有个路，所以我们要用香港的位置是非常重要，要推动这个体制的。第二个问题是，除了那个 CIPS 是人民币之间结算，现在是很多的那个靠人民银行跟别的银行的交易，但是香港也是需要可以 做非常重要这方面的工作。所以现在的问题是，一带一路不只是基本真是从北京来的，香港是我们那个中国金融中心非常重要的，我们需要香港能够推动整个的一个体制的，在那个金融方面。另外，我就加一句话，现在你看那个我们那个大湾区，除了金融是高科技，还有绿色能源的科技都会从那个大湾区会发挥的。我觉得现在从这方面来说，香港的位置在一带一路更重要的。那是大湾区去年 GDP 是2万亿，加拿大一国家的 GDP 是2万亿。很多香港的朋友说要到温哥华去，就是为了能够发展经济或者有经济的机会。我用北京话问一个问题，干嘛？现在很多的机会都在香港，而且特别是在一带一路。谢谢两位发言。Mitesh, you have a complete blank out here. It's been blank out there.
OK， 冇咗。點？
技術嗰度點樣發生咩事？我總結一下咧，頭先我唔知大家有冇聽，其實佢有一個理論最令我深刻咧，就係太極論啊。佢認為中國點解可以做到 number one 咧？我記得佢96年已經寫第一本書啊，就係中國嘅 economic power number one。96年，2000年頭先佢 show 幾本書咧，其中我最近見到佢就係太極論咧，佢就話中國嘅太極咧就係可以需要係社會主義嗰部分咧，佢突顯出嚟，再轉下咧就係需要市場經濟嘅時候，佢又配合市場經濟過咗嘅話，佢又可以撥翻過嚟，就唔係鐵板一塊咧，所以啱啱符合咗中國嘅國情。所以咧呢個咧，其實我就想大家咧可以吸收到呢個係一個好傳神嘅一個佢體會咗中國嘅發展嘅一個學説嚟嘅，其實嚇。
I think you all agree that Lawrence Brahm's knowledge of China is even better than most Chinese, at least his 普通话. I'm sure he even dreams in 普通话. But he makes three very important points. That after the Second World War, that the role of China is very much defined for China. That China sees itself with a destiny to take an important role in global affairs. He speaks of China's century. He speaks of China's, what I'll call, renaissance, 生態文明. It's very important when you talk about international trade and economy, you talk about what's the civilization behind it? What's the philosophy behind it? That's a big selling point of Western free market economies, right? You need to understand where you're coming from to know where you're going to. The second point that Mr. Brahms make is that Hong Kong has a role. Very important. And he's the first speaker who mentions within One Belt, One Road, the Greater Bay Area. Because previously, I said just now that the One Belt, One Road system is mired in the mainland system. And that's the anchor point. And that has its limitations and shortcomings. And more, imagine to use a Chinese infrastructure in terms of finance, trade, to go into One Belt, One Road. There are bound to be resistance. But now you have the Greater Bay Area as a second anchor point to One Belt, One Road. Why do I say that? Because it's the first development area of China that has the two SARs in it. It has two other systems within the one country. It's got a Hong Kong British system, it's got a Macau Portuguese system, and these systems are all Chinese systems. All systems given full force of law by the MPC Standing Committee for you to choose. That's a big point. Choice in the Greater Bay Area? Which laws would you like to govern? It's not just Hong Kong being an arbitration center. It's the governing law should be Hong Kong law. What's the point of arbitration if the governing law is mainland law, but it happens in Hong Kong? We're just renting out space. You need to have the governing law to be Hong Kong law for international trade. How about Hong Kong tax? We need to attract talent to the Greater Bay Area. We need to compete against Singapore and other places. Can the other 9 cities compete? What about the way of life in Hong Kong? Hong Kong tax, Hong Kong law, Hong Kong intellectual property protection, right? Sorry, the next speaker is about to be ready now. Okay, I think I've said what I want to say at this stage and come back later. And now, we are now allowing the professor here to give us his, Priscilla will introduce him in detail first before he makes. Oh, okay, in that case, please.
接住落嚟咧，我哋會首先有請喺現場嘅黃光宇教授咧嚟到台上為我哋分享嘅。那我們下面先有請在我們現場的王章宇教授為我們分享，有請。
好的，谢谢大家。我准备的是用英文准备的演讲的材料，因为我以为这个会议全部都是要讲英文的。可是呢，听了第一个发言人呢，一个老外用中文讲的那么好，我要用英文，我觉得很羞耻的感觉。可是没有办法，我还是用英文讲完吧。一会儿要是有问答的话，我还继续用中。From the organizer and especially from my dear colleague, Professor Priscilla Liang, who is a very well-respected scholar and a very proud member, a public servant from our law school. I'm asked to speak about the role of Hong Kong in the Belt and Road Initiative in the context of cooperation between Hong Kong and the mainland governments, including both the central government and the local governments. So so it's not only about what Hong Kong wants to do, what Hong Kong aims to do. It's also very much about what Hong Kong and the governments in the mainland China can do together. So whenever you speak of cooperation, it is always a two-party business. So and we do it together in a more institutionalized cooperative framework. In terms of serving the BRI, so the Belt and Road Initiative, Hong Kong has certain rather unique advantages. Most of them have been alluded to by the speakers today, by many of those distinguished speakers today. For example, Hong Kong is an recognized international financial and business hub, and Hong Kong is also an international legal hub with internationally recognized and respected legal system, which is based in rule of law, and especially the common law. And Hong Kong also has the unreserved support from the central government, and also the willingness to cooperate with Hong Kong from the many, if not all, the local governments in mainland China. And last but not least, Hong Kong also has a large body of professional talents who can understand both the West and the East. So I have studied in Beijing and the United States, United Kingdom, and I have studied and worked in Beijing, United States, United Kingdom, Singapore, and Hong Kong now. So I spent basically 16 years in Singapore before I came to Hong Kong about 2 years ago. And so I can attest in my personal capacity that there is no other place in the world where you can have such a large body of, the largest body of professional talents who understand both the West and China, and with the best quality. So those are the rather unique advantages, very unique advantages that Hong Kong can serve. So the Belt and Road Initiative, and we all know that it is Chinese President Xi Jinping's signature foreign policy project. And it is also an international project in China since the inception of the reform and the opening up period. It is for the first time China aims to use something to reshape the international order, right? So before that, China was actually rather passive. China was an recipient of international order, whatever is offered by the international society, specifically by the West dominated the international society. China would take it and follow it. And the Belt and Road Initiative is a Chinese initiative. So it is a massive project through which China aims to do something on its own to reshape the regional and the international order. That's what makes it so significant. And so far it has involved the more than 100 countries and economies. And Hong Kong has always been a very enthusiastic participant in the BRI, and Hong Kong has signed agreements with the central government and with the central ministries. And Hong Kong has itself offered quite a lot of things, and Hong Kong has organized activities such as this one. So so what Hong Kong can do, I would like to propose that we don't have to do everything, so we have to prioritize. The Belt and Road has many aspects. It involves a lot of things, but I'm thinking of 3 specific areas in which Hong Kong can make the biggest contribution. And in this process, I will also compare with Singapore because I lived there for very, very long. And I know in those areas, Singapore and Hong Kong, there's very tense competition between Hong Kong and Singapore. And Singapore is actually a proactive participant in the BRI, and Singapore has actually made a very visible contribution to the BRI. And internationally, one may see that. So those contributions are more visible and even brighter than what we are doing in Hong Kong. For example, Singapore has several key Belt and Road projects, such as those probably familiar with the names, such as the 中新互联互通项目, the 陆海通 and 重庆工业园. So those are actually very significant projects and recognized by the Chinese government, by the central government as the classic signature BRI projects. We always have to remind ourselves that we do have fierce competitors when we do something about the BRI to serve the BRI. So I'm thinking of three areas in which Hong Kong can make the biggest contribution. The first one is Hong Kong can be and should be a financing hub for the BRI. So Hong Kong, in this regard, Hong Kong has not only traditional advantages as an international financial center with the world-class financial infrastructure, and Hong Kong has also been developing new financial areas such as green finance. Singapore and Hong Kong are competing quite intensively in this regard. And the empirical research I saw suggests that Singapore has surpassed Hong Kong quite a lot in terms of channeling overseas funding into the BRI projects. So namely, there are actually more international money moving to the BRI countries through Singapore, then through Hong Kong. But of course, if you count the money from mainland China, so from mainland China through Hong Kong to the BRI countries, Singapore would of course be above Hong Kong Hong Kong would be above Singapore in the ranking. But in terms of the internationalization, Singapore has actually done quite a lot. So Hong Kong does have to catch up. So there are basically two things Hong Kong can do and Hong Kong can do better in terms of serving as a financing hub for the BRI. So the first one is fundraising, right? So Hong Kong has a much better stock market than Singapore. So the Hong Kong can be the center of gravity for attracting companies from the BRI countries to get listed in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and to raise money for the BRI projects. And also, Hong Kong can, as was very much alluded by the financial secretary today, Hong Kong can actually develop tailor-made green financing projects for those individual BRI countries, especially the small developing countries. There's also something very significant that Hong Kong can do. It's already mentioned by Dr. Lawrence Brown in the beginning of this session. That is, Hong Kong can help developing an alternative global payment system, because we always have to prepare. Most countries, most economies, including Hong Kong, rely very much on the SWIFT system for global settlement and payment. But we have to, since Hong Kong is always under the danger of being sanctioned by the US, it is actually very important to prepare an alternative system without abandoning the current SWIFT system. But in case there's the emergence of economic sanctions, which we force Hong Kong to reduce its reliance on the SWIFT, we have to do something very important. Unfortunately, Hong Kong has been doing that. So something called the mBridge system. So which is being developed under the umbrella of the BIS, of the Bank of International Settlement, with the participation of Monetary Authority of Hong Kong and the People's Bank of China, and also the Central Bank of Thailand, and also the Central Bank of the UAE. So which very much has done a foundational work for the establishing a new international payment system based on the central bank digital currency. So that is that can be considered as a significant and unique contribution for Hong Kong as a financial hub for the BRI. So that's the first one. The second one is Hong Kong can definitely serve. This is a rather conventional argument. So the Hong Kong can serve as the a legal hub for the BRI, as the Center for Legal Services and the Dispute Settlement Hub. This is also an area there is tense competition between Hong Kong and Singapore. So the two cities share common strength and common characteristics. So they are both first-class rule of law cities, and they are all based on common law. They all have very capable professional talents, but there are also some differences. One difference is Singapore seems to have industrial policy for the legal sector. So the development of the legal sector in Singapore has been very much a top-down process. So Singapore has a lot of innovations, and those who do arbitration in Hong Kong would know that 10 years ago, if we compare Singapore and Hong Kong 15 years ago, Hong Kong was much ahead of Singapore as an international arbitration center, at least as the #1 arbitration center in Asia. But it's no longer the case. Singapore has moved ahead of Hong Kong, very much because the Singapore government has been the main driving force behind developing the arbitration industry, right? So and as well as those those legal innovations in dispute settlement. For example, Singapore was the first one in Asia to establish an international commercial court. So that is this Singapore International Commercial Court. That's so far the most successful international commercial court. So the Singapore government has a de facto industrial policy for the legal industry. While in Hong Kong, we still very much follow a bottom-up approach. Very much depends on the legal sector to act on their own. The government provides some assistance. So that is a strength Singapore has in the new world featured with geopolitical rivalry between the US and China. Maybe Hong Kong should consider to change this path. But Hong Kong also has its own very unique strengths. That is the support from the central government. So Singapore would dream to have those kind of support. For example, like mediation has been driven into the mainstream of dispute resolution in the commercial world. And now we all know that the central government has decided to establish an international mediation center or international mediation institute, which will be an international organization with legal personality and with immunities. That's a very significant development. So that is Hong Kong's own strengths. So better if we also can learn something from Singapore to have an industrial policy to develop the legal sector. Very quickly, the last one. So the last area. So what I'm thinking of it's the Hong Kong's potential participation in the BRI with people and money. So this is also a point which was very much mentioned by some speakers today. Hong Kong can provide professional talents, so what I'm suggesting is Hong Kong can provide professional talents which can be included in the Chinese team in the BRI organizations and the institutions, right? So they can become part of the, for example, the MOFCOM, the Ministry of Commerce, or the Ministry of Law. But if they have to send some representatives to a BRI institution, then the Hong Kong trained talents or Hong Kong based talents can be included. Right? So that is one thing. The other is Hong Kong should. The other is actually money. So right, I think Hong Kong should consider joining hands with the central government to do something called the third-party partnership in the BRI countries. So Singapore has been very active in this regard. So the Chinese government and the Singapore government have been working together in projects in third world, in BRI countries. So instead of being a project single-handedly owned by the Chinese government, it's a China-Singapore joint project. I think Hong Kong should also play a role in terms of co-investing and co-branding. Right? So with that, I would conclude my speech. Basically, I suggest Hong Kong working in 3 areas. So my time is up. Thank you very much.
「下一位咧就好多謝Professor Wang 因為咧我哋嗰度技術問題，佢而家話 OK 啦。下一位咧就係卞飛院長 ，OK 未啊？嗰個 technology。
Can you hear me？
趙俊教授先好。咁趙俊教授撥通到係嘛 ？So 趙俊我邀請你是用中文講。
Yes, I'm here.
對，因為我也想。講普通話，所以較近是我們一起合作編寫了好幾本“一帶一路”紛爭解決 机制跟60几个国际专家一个较劲，一个 Rajesh 都在现场，好几位 Fahana 和 Sif Bipin 都是这个巨作。较劲，事不延迟，时间交给你。
Thank you very much. Many thanks for the invitation and introduction. It is my great honor and privilege to speak here. And what I want to share with you are some of my thoughts on Hong Kong and the development of the digital Silk Road. 我想和大家分享的是香港和数字丝绸之路的发展。因为推动共建“一带一路”高质量发展，不仅需要依托传统的产业形态的布局，也需要借助数字经济新形态提供的新动能。数字经济它提高了生产的效率，培育了新兴的经济增长点和广阔的市场，同时也是促进包容性增长、可持续增长的重要载体，因而成为全球经济发展的新型驱动力，也对全球经济转型和共赢发展发挥着非常重要的牵引作用。作为新兴的经济形态，数字经济发展必须面临传统治理机制适应性的变革和治理能力创新性发展的任务，也必须突破传统经济法治体系所包含的不适应数字经济发展的法治的障碍。在2017年5月14日，国家主席习近平出席“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛时提出，要建设21世纪的数字丝绸之路。数字丝绸之路是“一带一路”倡议和数字经济发展的深度融合，是数字技术和数字经济合作对于“一带一路”倡议的积极的塑造。数字丝绸之路旨在发挥数字经济在联通世界、促进共同发展当中的作用。数字经济是“一带一路”倡议时代性和先进性的重要体现。依托数字经济而构建的数字丝绸之路，能够使“一带一路”的倡议更加立体化。数字丝绸之路为香港的发展带来了重要的机遇。作为国际的金融、航运、贸易中心，香港在参与和推动数字丝绸之路建设方面具有独特的优势。第一个方面来看，香港是亚太区域通信的枢纽，拥有完备的数字基础设施，具有开展数字经济合作的坚实基础。目前，香港对外的电信设施容量处于国际的领先水平，这使得香港有能力成为区域和国际的数据中心，在数据的搜集、管理、共享和法律治理方面可以发挥非常重要的作用。同时，香港在人工智能、互联网等数字技术科研方面具备较强的实力，拥有发展人工智能所需要的世界一流的学科水平，高水平的数字科研和数字人才的储备，将促进香港深度参与并贡献于数字丝绸之路的建设。作为国际金融中心，香港具有成熟、健全和国际化的金融产业，能够为数字经济发展提供金融支持和富有效果的风险控制机制。这既可以吸引国际的资金支持香港初创数字公司和数字的创新项目，也能够为数字丝绸之路的数字基础设施建设吸引资本的投资。从另外一个方面来看，香港是“一带一路”建设的重要的节点，是国内大循环的参与者和双循环的重要的通道。在“十四五”规划纲要当中明确地指出，国家支持香港建设国际创新科技中心、亚太区国际法律及解决争议服务中心、区域知识产权贸易中心，支持香港服务业向高端、高增值方向发展。 支持香港发展中外文化艺术交流中心。这为一国两制下香港促进数字经济创新发展、深度参与数字丝绸之路的建设提供了政策的优势。香港作为国际法律及解决争议服务中心的领先地位，这能够更好地服务于国际社会，提供多元化的数字经贸争端解决服务。香港具备成为数字丝绸之路仲裁中心的相关条件，出色的数字科技也为电子仲裁和网上仲裁提供了很好的技术支撑。那么在香港深度参与数字丝绸之路建设过程当中需要继续推进数字法治建设，这就要求加快推进和数字丝绸之路相关的法治建设，可以通过以法治来增强参与和影响国际数字治理的能力，积极参加相应的国际数字经贸规则的制定，将成熟的和先进的数字规则和法治示范成果传递到国际层面。在数字丝绸之路建设的背景之下，需要做好法治的统筹的工作。作为系统思维的体现，统筹意味着推进规范之间的良性互动，推进以数字经济支撑之下贸易、投资、环境等不同领域之间的相互关系。同时呢，需要以守正和创新相结合的来推进数字法治的方式来进行统筹协调，也需要统筹协调立法、执法、司法、用法等法治要素推进数字法治的环节统筹，协调公平和效率等价值关系来推进数字法治的价值统筹，以自上而下、自下而上软法和硬法相结合的方式，有机的来推进相应的路径的统筹。具体从建设路径上来看，香港深度参与数字丝绸之路的建设有几个方面的问题值得思考。第一，作为推动国际数字合作的中心，要发挥合作平台和中心的功能，是香港深度参与数字丝绸之路建设的重要方面。当前，全球和地区的经济处于调整的时期，香港应当在推动国际和区域经济创新合作，构建稳定良性的全球和区域经济秩序当中发挥建设性的作用，为深度参与数字丝绸之路建设创造良好的环境。第二，树立数字丝绸之路建设的示范效应。当前，香港在深度参与数字丝绸之路建设方面尚在进行当中，可以尽早的明确早期的收获成果，这既能够提振香港参与数字丝绸之路建设的意愿和信心，也能够为数字丝绸之路的建设提供示范效应。第三，积极的参与全球和区域的数字治理。在香港深度参与数字丝绸之路建设的过程当中，需要对数据的跨境流动、跨境电子商务、数字金融、网络安全、数字经贸争端解决等治理议题予以高度的重视。数字丝绸之路提供了区域内在基础设施、数字技术、数字人才、数据管理、网络安全等方面的协同合作的广阔的空间，香港能够在其中扮演重要的角色。在探索数字丝绸之路规则体系构建和完善的当中，宏观方面应当处理好经济和法律之间的关系，法律如何来守住底线，又将相应的经济活动纳入快车道，也需要处理好科技和规则之间的关系，既有法治的科技之为，也有科技的法治之为。如何让法治插上数字的翅膀？如何将数字纳入法治的轨道？我们也需要很好的来处理竞争和合作之间的关系，更好的来运用战略思维、辩证思维、创新思维、法治思维、底线思维、系统思维来迎接挑战， 拥抱机遇。以上就是我想和大家分享的想法，谢谢各位。
我们下一位是卞非前海的法院院长，请卞非院长，他的技术上他说已经在屏幕上了，请卞非院长。
OK，
已经在了，好，行。
Hello，
听到很清楚。
好的，那我开始我的演讲。那么首先感谢梁美芬女士邀请我，那么使我们有这样一个非常好的机会来介绍咱们前海法院。那么大家可以看到，这是我们前海法院这个大楼的这个景色。那么这里呢是我们前海深圳 Beautiful Photo。那么我们前海法院呢主要负责审理这个深圳市的涉外涉港台案件。那么每年呢，我们平均的审理案件的数量呢，在2万宗左右。那么到现在为止呢，我们已经审理了1万多宗涉港的案件。那么我们是全国审理涉港案件最多的法院。那么同时呢，我们适用香港法审理的案件呢，有114件，也是我们国家现在适用香港法审理案件最多的内地的法院。那么这些年来，我们一直在思考，就是我们要怎么样建立这样一个国际投资者可以理解、信任的商事审判体系。那么我们可以看到这里有一个 questionnaire。那么多数的企业认为呢，适用香港法来解决纠纷，有利于增强港人、港资、港企投资前海的信心。因此我们建立了全国最为完备的、系统的查明香港法律和适用的机制。那么确保香港法律查得明、认得全，这个用得准。那么在这个法律查回来之后，我们的法官要有这个能力去适用香港法律。这样呢，我们选任具有普通法学习背景的法官来审理涉港案件。在我们的法官队伍里，我们有18人有香港的留学经历。那么同时我们在审理中发现，我们的案件呢不能脱离香港的地方实际和风土人情，因此我们选任了32名香港区的陪审员和我们内地的法官一起审理涉港案件。那么我们到现在已经审理了793宗案件。下面呢就请大家看一段 VCR。来看一看我们的香港陪审员的感受。
这宗案件还有另外一个亮点，就是深圳法院首次在知识产权案件启用了港籍人民陪审员参与案件审理，这将有利于加强粤港法律交流，推动大湾区知识产权案件裁判标准一体化。
因为我们香港的跟内地的法律可能有点不同，所以在关注点大家也会有差距。所以我们通过我这一次的学习以后，我也会把这次的经验呢分享给我们香港的朋友听，然后也希望就是让他们回来内地发展的时候碰到的那个法律呢希望是给他们有信心的，还有就是不是以前一样，可能我们对知识产权现在越来越重视，希望他们放进到我们深圳发展。
那么在这个港籍陪审的同时我们也选任了9名香港的调解员和我们一起调解商事案件。那么现在也调解了2297件。这支队伍中呢，就有一名非常优秀的调解员老师徐晶老师。那么下面呢，也请大家欣赏一下他的风采和感受。
这是前海法院开展跨境商事纠纷在线调解的一个普通场景。主持这次在线调解的，正是前海法院特邀调解员，来自香港特别行政区的徐晶。
我是2016年受聘成为前海法院特邀调解员。前海法院搭建了一个非常国际化的调解平台，有很多来自香港、澳门、台湾以及国外的调解员，在不同法域的调解员可以进行互相交流，通过不同调解文化的碰撞，提升大家专业素养。 打破当事人面对不同法律不了解而产生的抵触情绪是最难的。每次能帮助当事人解决跨境商事纠纷，我感到很高兴。奔波在深港之间不容易，能帮他们用各自熟悉的方式消解法律的误区，追求共赢、高效、便捷地解决纠纷，不但化解了矛盾，也拉近了人与人之间的距离，城市和城市之间的距离。以前我是深港直通巴士早班车的常客，只要早上安排有案件调解，我必定要从早上6点钟从香港出发，8点半左右到前海法院，为主持调解案件做好准备。疫情后，推进在线调解成为一种常态，调解的工具变成了手中的一部智能手机，我在香港的办公室就能完成全部的调解工作。调解是一份平凡却有社会价值的工作。作为一名香港地区的特邀调解员，我有一种使命感，同时我也想将香港在跨境商事调解的方式方法带到内地，促进内地与香港在调解规则、调解理念上进行互融互通。
我听说徐静老师在现场，让我们为徐静老师点赞，辛苦了。那么在这个之外呢，我们还支持香港律师、大律师在我们前海法院出庭查明法律。那么大家可以看到这个图片，是我们国家首次香港大律师在线出庭查明法律。那么这是我们首宗香港法裁判的案件在前海履约。那么媒体评价我们是前海法治一小步，推动企业信心一大步。那么在诉讼的同时，我们意识到我们必须还要建立一个飞速的纠纷解决机制。这样呢，我们就高标准的建立了前海 ADR 国际商事争议解决中心。那么在这里呢，我们有20名香港的律师加入我们去解决大湾区的争议，我们有20名多法域职业的国际大律师加入我们来解决国际纠纷，我们有8名多语种的这个调解员帮我们去解决来自不同国家的纠纷。同时啊，我们尝试简易陪审团、微法庭、证据开示、中立第三方评估这样一些先进的纠纷解决机制，来推动我们国际商事争议解决中心的建设。那么也有请大家再观看一段介绍短片。
The Shanghai Court serves and guarantees the construction of the Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macau Greater Bay Area, with Shenzhen serving as the pilot demonstration area of socialism with Chinese characteristics and the comprehensively deepening reform and opening up of Shanghai. It strives to build a professional, diversified, integrated and open Shanghai model for international commercial dispute resolution. The Shanghai Court cooperates with well-known international commercial arbitration and mediation institutions to build a platform for resource integration. It appoints mediators from different countries and regions with multiple backgrounds and multilingual abilities to build a top-notch team. The court adopts the newest international non-litigation settlement procedures to build an integrated dispute resolution mechanism. It is working on building a one-stop online mediation platform to settle cross-border disputes and provide additional online legal services.
Bienvenidos a 前海.
前海에서 환영합니다. Welcome to 前海.前海의 요거도.
前海欢迎您.
前海欢迎你.
Welcome to 前海.
论坛呢，大家很辛苦，我们放一些短片呢，让大家活跃一下。好了，那在这个国际争议解决中心之外呢，我们知道粤港澳大湾区的发展啊，它的核心要推动经济要素在湾区内自由的流动。可是呢，法律壁垒成了不可逾越的一个障碍。因此啊，我们今年着力去做法律规则的衔接。那么在做法律规则衔接的同时，我们欣喜地发现，在商事品，其实内地和香港的法律规定啊大同小异。那么这样下来，我们接下来要做的就是存大同求小异。比如说，在民间借贷这样一个领域，我们就发现，其实香港内地基本规定相同。我们比较了香港放贷人条例，那么最大的区别在哪里呢？就是香港对于借贷的利率可以保护到48%，那么咱们内地呢，保护到4倍的 LPR， 也就相当于15%左右。那么这样下来，我们就可以明确地告诉国际投资者、两地投资者，民间借贷在香港、在内地都是合法可行的，唯一不同的要注意到利率的不同。那么我想呢，我们这代人呢是非常幸运的，我们身处在这样一个一国两制三法律的一个特殊的时间节点，我们这代法律人有可能就会见证内地、香港、澳门三法律的融合这样一个司法奇迹。那么呢，同时呢，我们还要去尝试扩大涉外案件的管辖权，去试点受理没有连接点但当事人约定管辖的涉外涉港澳台商事案件。我们知道迪拜金融法院在这方面呢已经有了非常好的实践。那么最后呢，我们就是要去打造具有国际竞争力的司法高地。那么在这个方面呢，我们首先要做的就是简化涉港澳案件诉讼程序。我们要建立一个e司法的模式，就是 electronic justice。本来有一段视频，那么时间的限制我就不放了。那么同时呢，我们要把区块链、人工智能、云计算把它融入到我们的审判当中。那么我们建立了金融云审和资产云审这样2个系统。那么形象的说呢，就是银行在发放贷款的同时，把它所有的材料就上传到区块链进行证据的存证。那么将来一旦这个贷款发生问题，那么银行可以在这个金融云审的系统里一键式发送诉讼材料到咱们法院。那么法院呢，就线上立案、线上开庭，进行区块链校验证据，同时一键式生成诉讼、生成裁判文书。那么我可以看到，我们1年来运用这个系统已经审理了1355宗案件。那么平均的审理周期是多少呢？25天，就是从立案到结案25天。那么正是我们高效的去化解纠纷，得到了当事人的信赖。大家可以看到这个柱状图，我们的涉外案件的受理是越来越多，但是我们的审理周期是越来越短。我们从最初的17.2个月到8.5个月，到现在的7个月。那么就是说，我们的国际商事案件在前海法院现在平均用时7个月就能解决所有的诉讼流程。那么这样下来呢，我们建立了全流程的网络办理案件的系统。那么到现在为止呢，2年多的时间，已经审理了46466件案件。那么这就包括远程的视频调解、网上的立案、电子的送达、网上的庭审以及网上的执行。那么最后呢，欢迎大家到前海法院来走一走、看一看。如果你们对我们有信心，也希望你们能够选择前海法院作为你们的诉讼优选地。谢谢大家，谢谢梁博士。
Due to time restrictions, there will not be a commentary, but I would like to say one thing. It's a very important legal perspective as to what sort of court is going to be established in the Greater Bay Area. As I've said before, the Greater Bay Area is an area of choice, not an area of mandatory integration. So we've heard one perspective. I respect that. There have been suggestions there should be a court like Singapore, a special court. But these things we need to examine carefully. So I thank the Yuan Zhang for giving us the introduction and promotion of Qianhai. So we now welcome the next speaker from Brescia University of Italy. I don't know whether anybody, I've been there, Brescia, beautiful part of northern Italy, wine country. Is he here? Stefano Bocelli.
Can you hear me? Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Stefano.
Yes.
Ready, Lama?
I'm here.
Buongiorno, Stefano. Buongiorno. Come stai? Come stai?
意大利语非常好，那我就说意大利语。
Grazie.
So,
Please start.
Okay, great. So, good evening to everyone. First and foremost, of course, I would like to thank our honorable convener, Mrs. Priscilla Liang Maifang, for her invitation, for the privilege for me to take part to such a high-profile event, such a high-profile conference. And I will also take the chance to greet my friends at MC. I wish I could be back to Hong Kong and China this time, but I had some tasks here, but really look forward to come back as soon as I can. So since it's quite late and I do not want to abuse of your valuable time, I will get down to my topic. We are basically celebrating the 25th anniversary of the一国两制 principle, the 一国两制 system, which is a model that's, of course, extremely interesting to be investigated under many perspectives for a legal scholar, from constitutional law, private law. We heard several times mentioning the fact that in Hong Kong, there is basically a common law model jurisdiction, and it's extremely interesting to investigate even this. Of course, these aspects may overlap with each other, but given the fact that I don't think a whole career of a legal scholar may be enough to get deep into each of them, I will just try to give some, let's say, flashpoints on some elements to connect the, let's say, to give examples about a role that, let's say, international law may, a path rather than a role that international law may take nowadays in order to face the, let's say, the circumstances we have in the current world. So, given also trying to take into account also some, let's say, some elements of practical relevance, and by considering that the Belt and Road Initiative is basically among the main aims, it's having the aim of promoting trade and investment, I would like to just talk about, it's a topic that has been quite explored today, but I would like to get back again on the dispute resolution mechanism topic, because of course, investments and trade are rather facilitated or obstructed based on how well these dispute resolution mechanisms may work. So for international investment, the largest part of cases when it comes to the disputes, they are like state investor disputes. While for trade related cases, we rather go to national courts, public courts, or arbitration trials. I would rather talk about the trade-related disputes because in these days here in Italy, we had a reform on our arbitration law. The arbitration law in Italy is, the rules on arbitration in Italy are provided by the Italian Civil Procedure Code. The arbitration law in Italy has been reformed in 2006 previous time, and it has been reformed again in October 2022. So there was a reform which is actually still not in force. And I would like to mention an aspect which has been again already touched upon before, the importance of the arbitration as a way to settle disputes between, in transnational cases, let's say. So by having a quick look at the, let's say, at the figures related to the trade between Italy and China and Italy and Hong Kong, we can notice an aspect that's, in my opinion, extremely interesting, which is giving us an evidence of the role of Hong Kong. So basically, if we see the general figures of the trade between Italy and China, we see that China is exporting more than Italy. But if we go down and we check the relationship between Italy and Hong Kong, we see that Italy is exporting more than what is Hong Kong exporting towards Italy. Of course, these may have a number of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that this is an evidence of the fact that Hong Kong is a hub for the trade. We have a lot of companies probably established by Italians, or however, we have a lot of companies which are buying products in Hong Kong and they ship then these products all over Asia, and in particular to mainland China. So Hong Kong is of particular relevance for the trade between Italy and Asia. It's a trade hub, not only a finance and investment hub. And of course, the dispute settlement mechanisms are quite important in this kind of environment. So how can we settle disputes in case there may be disputes arising between Italy and China and Italy and Hong Kong? Italy and China mainland, they have a treaty, bilateral treaty dating back to the 90s for judicial assistance in civil and commercial law cases. This treaty has been used several times. It has been, I have to say, I can feel like Italian businesses are quite reluctant to use this kind of mechanism. This treaty is not extended to Hong Kong, as far as I know. As we saw with the CISG, which is enforced basically in Hong Kong formally since a couple of days, by using, again, this is Iguolian jeu system consequence, by using Article 153, if I'm not wrong, I'm not good with articles, of the Basic Law of Hong Kong, the Beijing, let's say, the Chinese central government, after consulting the Hong Kong government, formally applied to extend the CISG to Hong Kong. With this treaty, we should follow the same way, but Hong Kong, I mean, the treaty, as far as I know, is not extended to Hong Kong. So this judicial assistance treaty so far is just between Italy and China mainland. But the point is that, as I was saying, I didn't see much use in the previous years. As far as I know, it has been used just a couple of times. While, on the other hand, what I've been seeing quite often used was the arbitration. One of the reasons why the arbitration has been used, for sure, and that's why I want to go back to the international law, is the fact that we can take advantage of the benefit of the New York Convention. The New York Convention is quite useful for practitioners because it's basically allowing to streamline the process, and it's quite useful for the businesses in terms of predictability. So what I'm basically here trying to remark, and I will close because I guess everyone is tired and so on, is that in these new circumstances we have in the nowadays world, with the countries which are getting closer and closer with each other, with the international relations that are changing their shape. It's not the circumstances we are facing in the previous centuries when a cross-border transaction was an exception. Nowadays, they're rather becoming exceptional, the fully domestic transaction. International law has to change its shape, of course, and what it's already by seeing the difference by using this bilateral treaty and the multilateral treaty, one of the main ways, in my opinion, it has to follow is to go for the multilateral approach. States have to make efforts to find common ground, but having a multilateral approach, reaching a multilateral treaty, even if it may mean to renounce to something, it means to facilitate the relationship when it comes to users and in particular to the business. So Hong Kong is having for sure a huge infrastructure in terms of regulatory and institutional framework. We all know that Hong Kong as a business environment, let's say, is quite at the top of the level. And I trust that, of course, thanks to the arbitration, it can be also in the future a hub, not only for China, but for the whole Asian relationship, and in particular, Asia and West relationship, as has been remarked several times also during this conference. So I don't know actually what about this Singapore mediation. That's another treaty. I have to say in this case, it's Italy, it's European Union that so far still did not even sign up. But I still think that this kind of multilateral approach is going to be the winning approach for the future. And thank you very much. I think can finish it here. Thank you again.
Grazie. This is the Stefano's version of the new Silk Route between Hong Kong and Italy. Nuova Via della Seta. Grazie. Ciao.
Ciao.
最好他讲普通话，你讲几句意大利话，这个就是扩大朋友圈，对吧
Open Italian restaurants.
他肯定知道，他有很多有个 mention 的。我们呢，因为刚才呢，第一位的嘉宾 Lawrence Brown 他的打断了，他在四合院给我们演讲，我们呢很想他，我们比较希望 complete 给他一个小时间，把他的要讲的结论有完成，就也代表我们这研讨会已经到尾声但是也要等我们的最后的concluding remarks， 希望大家继续坚持，我很 appreciate。Lawrence Brown, please. You look much more, they say, very clear face now.
你现在可以听见吗？对不起，刚才是在我们4合院的时候，已经是晚上，在这里看不见。刚才我应该谈到生态文明，还有现在就是现在咱们那个体制。中国现在是把自己经验，就是基本建设的投资，用计划经济拉到一个市场经济的模式，加了生态文明。我们现在是谈到了一个情况是，现在是我们有一个新的一个模式，而且非常关键。现在是不管一个经济意识形态。那现在我们谈的现在世界是什么样的？我是因为刚才我听了每一位谈的非常细节，关于哪一个法律的体制或者哪一个 aspect。当然，我现在要回头，现在我们的世界是什么样的？我们世界现在已经是断开了，有2个体制，一个体制以后肯定是美国和某一些欧洲国家，就是他们现在是按照一个政治意识形态来推动他们的一个ET。经济模式，那这个意思就是这个方法，就是要照搬给别的国家。但是当然，中国的模式或者中国的经验，我不要说模式，因为是一个积累很多年不同的一些经验，而且从很多别的国家外资进来，积累他们的经验和他们的一些哪是行得通，哪个行不通，最后有自己的一个可以说自己的一个路。那就是按照这个来说，将来中国和 BRICS 的国家，俄罗斯、Iran 等等，其实有一个包括中亚、东南亚、中东、非洲一部分的南美洲，其实是会有一个大的一个联网，而且那个联网主要是几方面的，一个是基础建设，一个是生态文明的，或者是一种新的能源。而且新的能源，很多的新能源都是中国会制作，中国会生产的。那这个事情现在你会看到，有最重要的现在是一个怎么用金融来推动这个体制的，所有的东西都会看到什么是下一步的世界的储备货币。目前就是美金是世界的。或者2战以后，可以说美金是世界的储备货币，但是现在是人民币越来越火，而且现在我们刚谈到的有人民币有几方面的发展是比较突破的。那现在是人民币也有一个 CIPS 的一个结算的一个体制，然后刚才我也说到了，就是现在有1200多个银行跟中国人民银行就是有CIPS 的体制。那就是很多的那些金融界的朋友在海外说CIPS 永远不能代替 SWIFT， 因为 SWIFT 就是1万多的国家或1万多的银行， 对不起，1万多的银行，这在那个体制里边的。但是我还回头履训了一句话：过去没有路，但是很多人走一个方向，很快有一条路。其实是越来越多的国家会用 CIPS 的那个体制，越多的一个银行会用 CIPS 的体制，那会扩大的很快。我也相信这是一个方面。第二个方面，现在是中国有一个第一个那个中央银行发的一个电子货币，这个是一个突破。而且如果是按照一个国家一个国家都那个一个中央银行一个中央银行能够跟人民银行就是有协议的用这个货币的，那很多的那个交易都完全可以绕开美国的体制。那这个会给我们什么样的结果？很多的那个制裁，很多的一些压力，很多的一些政治因素都会跑开。所以中国的企业跟很多的其他国家的都可以很快各方面的合作可以推动的。然后我们现在谈到第三个是我们的刚才说那个大湾区。那大湾区是特别的重要，因为刚才我们就谈到有几个法律体制在里边，你有香港的，你有澳门的，你也有深圳的，你有珠海，你也有广东的。其实从这方面来说，你也有很多的货币，有选择。大湾区一句话我就说包容，是一个包容的体制。就从这方面来说，香港的职位来推动一带一路是特别的重要，因为香港也是可以说大湾区的大金融中心，所以这个是非常非常关键。然后我刚才也说的就是大湾区就是去年的 GDP 是2万亿，这个美金就是这个从这个 GDP 来说，就是跟加拿大一样的。所以就是有些香港的朋友说，我们要到温哥华找经济或者商业的机会。我说干嘛？现在所有的东西的机会都在香港跟那个大湾区，这是一个要往跟那个做那个一带一路的一个金融中心和科技中心和生态文明，因为很多的科技和很多的生态文明，很多的那个环保的一些可以说那个能量的体制都靠高科技的，这是最重要的。然后其实从这方面来说，大湾区香港是特别重要的一个位置在一带一路。所以我就说到这儿，谢谢梁美芬，谢谢大家的。
So if I can just give some closing remarks to a very long day. On legal perspectives, there were two things I was looking for today's discussion. One is a very obvious one, which I think we should all be alive to, and that is WTO. I'm giving everybody a wake-up call. In the Greater Bay Area, there are 1, 2, 3 WTO members. 2, Hong Kong and Macau. The mainland cities do not qualify. They have to bargain under Beijing. Now, with WTO, how are you going to operate the Greater Bay Area? Because WTO does not recognize sovereign boundaries. It only recognizes separate customs territory. That's why when you go back to the mainland, you have to go through customs. Separate customs territory. In WTO, China doesn't order Hong Kong. China is just a separate vote. In fact, Hong Kong is a founding member of GATS. We are much longer in WTO. So the first thing is that we have to get out of the WTO restriction, which is that if we integrate the Greater Bay Area, you have to give to other nations in WTO. You have a problem. You have to get very quickly an exception under WTO. The Hong Kong government must go and ask, just like the European Union, to ask for an exception under the Charter of WTO. For the European Union, it's promotion of regional integrity. For China, the argument is stronger. It's the preservation of sovereign integrity. It's only 4 areas in China for economic zone. It's mainland, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. That's it. We won't expand. And the second subject very quickly is, what is the most autonomy under the basic law? Trade. I want to open your eyes. We have trade offices all around the world. We have in America a US commissioner. It's like an ambassador. What does that mean? For anybody who wants to trade with Hong Kong, you don't go to the Chinese embassy. You go to the Hong Kong Trade Office. We have autonomy. It has to be respected. So for that, one word I want to remind everybody, the Greater Bay Area is about high tech. High tech nowadays is a very sensitive subject that deals with other countries' national security and their laws. So one way out of it for Hong Kong is the export of the Greater Bay Area, that the Made in Hong Kong label may mean something, may have its own integrity. So I'll leave you with this thought. Thank you very much for coming today.
我呢就唔會喺呢一節再有 remark 啦。我因為咧我係要做 concluding remark， 好唔好啊？咁咧就係咪有 certificate 係啦？要
冇錯啦，為咗多謝我哋呢一節嘅主持胡漢清資深大律師啦，同埋咧就係我哋嘅分享嘉賓喺現場嘅黃光宇教授咧，我哋都準備咗一份紀念品想送俾兩位嘅。咁我哋有請
We have some souvenirs prepared for our guest speakers today here.
冇錯啦，亦都好感謝咧梁美芬主席咧喺呢一節嘅環節咧，亦都係為我哋擔任主持嘅。我哋感謝我哋台上嘅三位。再次感謝吳漢清資深大律師，還有王江宇教授為我們在這一節論壇上的分享，也當然感謝梁主席。咁我哋都多謝咧喺線上同埋同我哋分享嘅咁多位嘉賓啦。
And thank you those joining us online and those giving a speech, through Zoom and so on. Right. Now, Professor Saadi prepared a gift all the way from Pakistan to present to Dr. Leung for thank her for her efforts.
呢個環節咧，我哋Professor Saadi 咧特別都準備咗一份嘅紀念品係送俾 Dr. Leung 嘅。On behalf of University of Management and Technology, Professor Saadi would like to present a souvenir to Dr. Leung. Let's give a round of applause to our guests on stage. 再一次感謝我哋台上咁多位 ，Thank you all of our speakers today. Please be seated. 好啦，接住落嚟咧，我哋會有一個總結嘅時間嘅，咁我哋將時間咧交俾梁美芬主席。
We're now in the last stage of our session. We now have a summary of today's conference by Dr. Leung.
喺呢一度咧，嚟到呢一刻咧，其實係好感動嘅，因為仲有咁多參與者喺度。咁咧，我就係希望大家聽唔明嘅咧，你哋係或者係已經好攰。真係享受一下我哋今日嘅同聲傳譯。Okay, if you could not understand when I speak in Cantonese, I hope you do utilize the bilingual simultaneous interpretation today. Is excellent. I seldom use the word excellent, but I'm going to speak in Cantonese, so I'm going to let my non-Chinese friends know I'm going to use my mother tongue to express my passion and thanks to my dearest friends and guests. 今年呢係基本法25週年，香港回歸嘅時候呢，我正正呢係懷孕我第2個小朋友。我記得我第一次舉辦一個咁大型嘅國際論壇，走嚟走去嘅時候呢，應該係大概係5個月，懷孕5個月。而家香港回歸25週年，我哋通常10年先搞一次咁大型，但係25週年點都係要舉行。第一個好感動、好感恩呢，就係我所有嘅朋友都二話不說。即刻答應，都係大忙人，1分鐘3000蚊、5000蚊、1萬蚊， 你想佢講多幾句就難啦，今日講咁多嘢。第二呢，就係今年呢，即係我自己呢，如果扣咗我係 secondment 啊或者其他呢，我係應該喺城市大學教授法律係有30年。所以今日嘅膽啊，啲義工啊，嗰啲講者啊、同事啊，其實好多係同城市大學法學院係有關聯。我唔理佢哋今日係已經做得幾好、幾出色嘅律師、教授，我話今日你哋係用義工嘅身份，因為老師搞呢一個研討會呢，係帶有特別嘅意義。第三呢，就係我今日好感動，我好多喺外國嚟嘅朋友，包括阿法哈娜、卡斯法、Rajesh 啊、清慳啊，頭先講 Stefano 啊，仲有 Lawrence， 其實佢哋係好想嚟香港，好愛香港，所以我哋有一個 theme 呢，今次呢，其實係 Return to Hong Kong。回到香港，我哋歡迎你哋。我希望香港可以再做得好啲，等你哋咧係再返嚟我哋香港工作，同我繼續做同事或者係合作嘅夥伴。好唔捨得你哋走，每一個同事走嘅時候，我都係勸佢哋勸咗好耐。所以香港係有嘢要檢討嘅。我諗唔係人人好似我咁樣可以咁樣，幾困難我都唔會走，因為我係喺香港出世成長。但係香港對於好多對香港好有心嘅人才嚟講，我哋係要檢討，我哋係咪有啲嘢要做得更好？點解佢哋咁愛香港，咁錫香港？你同佢哋嘅發言睇到。佢哋就係我哋需要同我哋一齊說好中國故事同埋香港故事嘅人才。就算前海嘅院長，佢係我哋嘅同學畢業生，真係我嘅學生。佢播出嚟嗰位調解員，頭先就係坐喺嗰度。今日坐喺台下嘅，都係粒粒都係星。我係好清楚嘅，我亦都有參與第一個就係香港專家嘅調解案件。佢好 humble， 唔知行咗出去邊度啦。我哋係好拍檔，好校友。今日全部好多嘅喺嚟到呢一刻坐喺度嘅，其實都係一個人物嚟嘅，好多唔係普通嘅義工。但係喺美芬眼裏邊，你哋都係大義工，我哋都全部係義工。因為我哋對香港社會有一團火，我希望你哋同我一齊有呢一個嘅使命感。我哋要透過我哋自己要做得更好，將一國兩制做得更好，嚟吸引更多愛護、追慕我哋呢個制度嘅人，佢嚟到香港，返嚟香港 ，Return to Hong Kong。Come back to Hong Kong. Let us enjoy the friendship, enjoy your passion about this region and Hong Kong as our region. And we have so much work together. We will continue to work together. And also we met friends in Korea. We work together with meaningful projects. And we are so happy China takes the lead to build up the International Mediation Court. 國際調解院 I have great expectation， 好有期望。我哋啲海外嘅朋友好有期望。我希望今日同大家一齊透過咁有意義嘅研討會，將我一代一代教過嘅學生，佢哋今日好多自願返嚟同我接待客人，越做越好。今日佢已經唔係我個學生，係我哋嘅拍檔。可能呢就係喺2014年相遇，有啲喺2019年相遇。今日我哋再相遇，我哋會喺更有意義嘅路途上再相遇。返咗嚟啦，我諗徐晶你起身俾你睇下咧，原來前海揀咗你。 啊，佢係坐喺後邊，係好 humble。我哋香港就有咁多咁有心嘅人喺度一齊做緊嘢，我哋要對自己更有信心。多謝大家，多謝大家參與今日嘅研討會。仲有一個好拍檔就係顧敏康教授，佢一路係我哋默默嘅支持者。Raja Sharma 陣間要上嚟，佢一直係我哋喺海外係説好中國故事嘅人，佢係同我哋一齊創辦香港基本法教育協會，由秘書長做到副主席。每次吹雞佢返嚟，佢就義無反顧。我哋就係一啲咁好嘅朋友。而家我要將最後嘅時間交俾顧敏康教授，佢唔能夠親自嚟香港，但係佢係好想同大家分享佢嘅感受。多謝。
好，那我们把时间交给香港基本法教育协会执行会长顾敏康教授，在线上为我们致辞。有请顾教授。
And we now have online with us Professor Gu Bingkang, who is the president of School of Credit Risk Management, Xiangtan University, China.
好的，听得见我的说话吗？
很清楚。
听得见吗？
很清楚。
OK， 我想首先非常高兴，我作为最后一个讲者，我可能会耽搁大家一点吃晚饭的时间了，那我就不讲英文了，我就讲我的母语，可能会快一点。我今天听了一天的会，我从8点半就到我的办公室，然后到现在还在办公室。我觉得今天的会非常的有意义，很多重要的人物云集，高朋满座。我们大家在一起，共同庆祝香港回归25周年，共同探讨一国两制的价值和一带一路对国际社会的贡献。我们今天在开幕式上，我们有行政长官李家超先生，国务院港澳办副主任王灵桂先生，中联办副主任陈东先生，外交部特派员公署副特派员方建明先生致辞。我在他们的致辞当中，我感受到了他们对一国两制的高度总结，认为一国两制是创新原则，是新理念、新思想，一带一路也有理念变成了事实，而香港在一带一路中能够发挥它的独特优势，包括香港普通法和国际争端解决中心的优势。那么我也听了4个环节的发言，首先第一个环节是香港回归25周年，一国两制及法治建设。我又一次见到了我们敬仰的3位重量级人物谭慧珠女士、梁爱诗女士、范徐丽泰女士，他们都是一国两制建设和基本法实施的亲历者和执行者。通过他们的介绍，我们可以看到中央香港宪制基础的发展，中央与香港关系的清晰的脉络，香港法治的基本概念，以及普通法在香港宪制下仍然扮演重要的作用。我们也理解了行政主导的来龙去脉，这些对我们年轻人深入了解香港的宪制是大有帮助的。当然，第二个环节是我们也听到了袁国强资深大律师等这个王贵国教授等做的发言。袁国强资深大律师指出，一带一路沿线国家的法律制度不同，但香港普通法可以扮演桥梁作用。王贵国教授认为，一带一路的发展与构建人类命运共同体的思想是吻合的，更是从中国传统法律文化的角度出发，为解决当今国际秩序的挑战提出了富有建设性的建议。他尤其指出， 香港是市场经济的典范，香港的法治的优势，香港普通法的特色和香港通过大湾区融入国家发展战略，必将为此做出重要的贡献。那Rajesh Sharma 的教授呢，也将"一带一路"上升为权利right to development 发展的权利。他认为"一带一路"能够带来利益的公平分配，而国家负有义务去实现这个对百姓有益的权利。他又指出，"一带一路"胜利实施的关键是争端解决，而我们要建立好的争端解决的方案。那么在这方面呢，香港也有重要的优势。Kashif Imran Zadi 教授从中巴两国贸易发展争端解决角度，为大家指出了"一带一路"可能存在的障碍及其解决的思路。那第3个环节是也有很多学者的发言，我觉得这里有一个明显的特色，就是很多亚洲国家的或者亚洲以外的其他国家的代表来谈"一带一路"合作和机遇的问题。那么这个当中劳格平教授也总结了2点，一个是普通法的这个功能是这香港的特色如何正确的理解国际法这个对我们进一步理解这个"一国两制"和"一带一路"都是有帮助的我尤其感受比较深刻的是来自新加坡国立大学的陈教授谈及了他2019年、2022年在香港城市大学担任院长期间的感受，因为他经历了香港动荡，尤其对香港警察给予了高度赞扬，并认为香港国安法没有损害香港的法治，也反驳了那些错误批评国安法的观点这是我觉得，同时呢，他也为正确解读国安法提出了完善的建议，这都是非常有意义的。那最后一个环节我们也看到了5位讲者谈这个从国际化的角度来谈"一带一路"我尤其感觉比较深刻的是劳伦斯布莱汉教授，他从国际视野谈国际化和"一带一路"如何利用香港金融中心推动"一带一路"他的普通话如此流利令我们大家觉得敬佩。那香港城大法学院的王江宇教授他提出了香港有国家支持，拥有如此多的懂得东西方的优秀人才然后告知我们从3个角度提出了香港这个怎么来配合"一带一路"第一个是如何成为"一带一路"的金融中心、融资中心，是吧？第2个是如何成为"一带一路"的法律中心，第3个是香港的人才与钱财如何参与"一带一路"。那当然，来自浙大光华法学的赵静教授也提出了一个崭新的话题，就是香港在这个数字经济这种新型的经济形态，在"一带一路"中如何发挥它的驱动力，如何这个配合数字丝绸之路建设。那么他也提出了香港在这方面的优势也提出了香港应该为加强数字法治做出贡献提供香港的示范。那么来自前海法院的卞费先生也介绍了前海法院的特色来自意大利的Stefano Hosseler 先生讨论了"一带一路"与国际争端解决，尤其介绍了意大利的经验。那所有的主题和所有的发言对我们进一步理解"一国两制"和"一带一路"建设是有启发作用的，对我们进一步推动"一国两制"和"一带一路"是有很大帮助的。这是香港基本法教育协会主办的又一次成功的会议，虽然我不能亲身参加，但是我要祝贺这次会议的成功。当然，这次会议的成功离不开各位嘉宾、讲者和听众的捧场，也离不开协办单位和赞助单位的大力支持。 更离不开组织者和服务提供者，包括主持人、义工、传译人员的辛勤劳动。我也希望代表香港基本法教育协会希望大家和我一起对他们表示深深的感谢。最后，我祝愿香港越来越好，祝愿“一带一路”能够不断深入发展，为构建人类命运共同体做出我们大家共同的努力。谢谢。
我们再次感谢香港基本法教育協會執行會長顧敏康教授，再一次感謝顧敏康教授嘅支持，亦都再一次多謝我哋今次活動嘅主辦單位香港基本法教育協會嘅所有朋友、所有嘅持份者，多謝晒大家。
Thank you again to all those members from the Hong Kong Basic Law Education Association for
我咪邀請大
making
家
this
俾
happen.
大力啲嘅掌聲，我哋咁多位係我
A round of
哋。
applause for everyone to make this happen.
冇錯，係令我哋今日嘅論壇可以得以成功咁樣舉行嘅。咁再一次感謝大家出席今日由香港基本法教育協會主辦嘅慶祝香港回歸祖國25週年一國兩制與一帶一路的倡議國際法律論壇。而我哋今日嘅會議亦都正式圓滿結束啦。希望喺我哋嚟緊嘅活動再同大家見面。多謝大家。
This marks the end of the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong SAR Return to the Motherland, One Country, Two Systems, and Belt and Road Initiative International Conference. That'll be the end. Hope to see you again at another event soon. Thank you.
咁亦都有一個溫馨提示嘅，如果大家係有借用咗我哋即時傳譯耳機嘅話咧，麻煩大家喺離開之前咧，可以交還翻俾我哋外面門外嘅登記處同事，唔該晒。
And one quick reminder, for those who have a headset, do return it before you leave and instead of just leaving here on your seat. Thank you.
假如大家有領取同傳耳機的話，請大家離場之前把耳機交還給我們門外登記處的同事，謝謝。